Chapter 9:18. No one knew what Andre and Ken Capet had talked about, and no one knew what agreement they had reached. In short, when night fell, the leader of the Rat Men, who was proficient in intelligence gathering and spying, finally announced his loyalty to Andre in front of all his subordinates, becoming another important force in his hands. After all, in this world without surveillance cameras, spy satellites, drones, or eavesdropping devices, one had to rely on the power of people to obtain information in a timely manner, and a well-established intelligence organization was absolutely indispensable. With Kenkapard's loyalty, Andre's control over the entire Sardinia archipelago instantly rose to a whole new level. The pervasive Ratman thieves continuously recorded everything that happened in the city and then selected the more important ones to submit. For example, Old George had recently met with those nobles and talked about something in private. Another example was how the smugglers, led by Willie Galt, suppressed the nobles who were trying to seize the market through trade. With this information, Andre could more accurately control the balance within the alliance and ensure that no side had a chance to win. Time flew by, and July slipped away without anyone noticing. The entire South had finally officially entered August, the hottest month. At the same time, it was also the season for countless merchant ships to sail against the trade winds. This was especially so for the merchant ships that went around the Tauric Peninsula and headed towards the only port town in the north, Cascia. They had to reach their destination before winter and rest for 4 to 5 months. They could only return in the spring of the next year. Otherwise, they would have to face the sea that was frozen by the cold wind. Of course, the profits from this dangerous voyage were also considerable, bringing weapons, armor, food, jerky, cloth, salt, and other necessities from the south to exchange for furs, precious metals, slaves, rare animals, and so on. With the barbarians, dwarves, exiles, orcs, and half-orcs in the north was even faster than robbing. After all, ever since Andre started the large-scale construction, the demand for labor in the Sardinia Islands had increased day by day. In just a few weeks, the slave market's trading volume had soared from 20 to 30 per day to 100 to 200, and it was still rising. As for the price, it was almost doubled. Regardless of whether it was the smugglers or the conservative nobles, they all discovered this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and sent out merchant ships, intending to provoke a war between the various tribes in the north in order to obtain a large number of slaves. For this reason, they had prepared countless weapons, armor, and salt on the cargo ship. For the primitive and backward northern tribes, these materials were simply irresistible temptation. It could be foreseen that this winter there would be frequent battles between the northern tribes. As the leader of the entire alliance, Andre also dispatched 2 modified merchant ships. However, he wasn't there to obtain slaves or wealth. Instead, he was looking for a way to return to the Canteru kingdom. Sitting on a chair in the castle hall, he stared at the 2 newly recruited captains kneeling in front of him with a strange expression on his face. One of them was quite old. His face was full of wrinkles, and his bronze skin was the result of years of exposure to the wind and sun at sea. The other one was the exact opposite. He looked very young. And although there were more or less traces of being burned by the sun, it was obvious that he had never suffered before. It had to be said that this combination of an old man and a young man was rather eye-catching, especially since they had taken the same boat to the Sardinia Islands. After deliberately giving them the cold shoulder for a few minutes, Andre said meaningfully, "Listen, I don't care who you were or what you did in the past, but from now on, you are all captains under me. You have to obey my orders. Understand?" "Understood." The young man hurriedly lowered his head and replied loudly. The old man hesitated for a moment, as if he was struggling. He quickly echoed, "Your will is my command." Andre nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I hope you won't disappoint me. Remember, I don't need you to earn much from this voyage. I just need you to find out how far it is from Cascia to the Canteru kingdom and where we need to pass through. If possible, it would be best if you could bring back a map. Don't worry. I swear I will bring back good news before July next year. The young man patted his chest and promised. Hee, I'll believe your promise for now. Go and prepare now. Set off with the fleet tomorrow morning. Andre waved his hand lightly as he spoke. The two men hurriedly got up and bowed before turning to leave the hall. They had just left when Kenkapard walked out from a dark corner and reminded him in a low voice, "Sir, I think these two fellows are very suspicious. You shouldn't let them leave so easily. I personally think we should observe them for at least a few months to make sure they aren't spies." Andre shook his head playfully as he glanced at the head of intelligence with a gloomy expression. "No, there's no need for that. I know who these two are. Don't worry, they aren't a threat." As a Baron of Linton City, how could he not know the famous commander of the Linton City Navy, Mikhail Kerman, although the other party didn't recognize him? No one would have thought that this old man, who had once commanded the world, was now on the Sardinia Islands. No one would have thought that he would choose to conceal his identity and become the captain of a merchant ship in order to survive. Well, since you think there's no problem, I won't continue to send people to monitor them. Although Kenkapard didn't quite understand why Andre was so certain, he still cooperated tactfully. He knew that as the leader of an intelligence organization, the most important thing was not ability, but loyalty. He had to make the people he was loyal to feel that everything was under his control. Otherwise, once doubts arose, he would immediately fall from the sky. Andre didn't expose the Ratman's thoughts. He tapped the table with his fingers and fell into a state of contemplation. After a while, he asked, "Tell me, how are the war supplies at the port? How long will it take to meet my requirements?" Kenkapard quickly took out a book bound with parchment from his arms and flipped through it a little. He quickly replied, "Sir, so far we have completed the transformation of 6 gunships. The amount of gunpowder is sufficient. Weapons, armor, food, drinks, and soldiers are ready. It will take about a week and a half to 2 weeks to meet your requirements." Not bad. Let them hurry up and try to set off before the end of August. As the alliance began to gradually infiltrate all aspects of the islands, Andre felt that there was no need for him to stay any longer. It was time to return to Linton City to clean up those annoying flies. Ken Copped caught the flash of murderous intent, and his heart trembled. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes, I will pass on this order." Chapter 919. On the morning of the 16th day of the 8th month, 7468 Orier Reclamation Calendar, a fleet of 30 warships slowly left the Sardinia Islands and headed towards Bacarlo City. Unlike most warships in the south, more than half of these ships had undergone a series of modifications. They were no longer as round as before, and there were a few more patches on both sides of the ship. It was obvious that they were cannons, after more than a month of hard work. And with the convenience brought about by magical molding, a total of 40 qualified bronze cannons were successfully cast and placed on more than a dozen ships. Although the rookie cannoneers could not be as accurate as the eye of Arcane, it was enough to form a battle line and destroy the enemy's fleet. In a large-scale naval battle, having a battle line and not having one were two completely different concepts, especially in terms of firepower. Cannons were far more advantageous than traditional catapults and ballistas. Although there were only a dozen ships, they were almost invincible before encountering mages and the Griffin Knights. As the commander of this fleet, Sea Wave Kent was overwhelmed with emotions. He had already seen the power of the cannons before they set off, so he could not wait to rush to the target sea area and launch an attack on Bacarlo City, making the city tremble in fear. In fact, it was not only him. Every pirate captain equipped with cannons was ambitious and eager to show off in the upcoming battle, so that they could obtain bigger warships and more cannons in the future. Now, they finally realized how correct their choice was. If they were to become enemies with such cannons, no matter how many lives they had, they would not be able to survive. On the Arcane, a young woman dressed in black armor, carrying a sharp two-handed greatsword on her back and emitting an aura of fear and despair all over her body, came straight to Andre under the gazes of countless sailors. She knelt on one knee and said in a cold voice, "Master, I've already inspected the entire ship according to your instructions. I didn't find any suspicious signs." "All right, Yvette, I understand. You may leave." Andre waved his hand without raising his head. He was now inexplicably irritated, so he was not in the mood to pay attention to this fallen paladin and dark guardian that he had just summoned from the card not long ago. Half a month had passed since the last time they met, and there was no news of the half-elf Orlando, as if he had vanished into thin air. Even the magic communication spell could not reach him. Obviously, there were only two reasons for this situation. First, he was trapped by the boundless darkness and couldn't get out for the time being. Second, he was dead. Dead people naturally couldn't contact each other. No matter what the reason was, it wasn't good news for Andre. This meant that there was a huge hidden danger beneath Valen City that might erupt at any moment. "Yes, master." Yvette placed one hand on her chest and bowed. She then turned and walked into the cabin. As a dark guardian, it was her nature to obey the strong. She used her sword and magic to protect the cruel rule. From a certain perspective, a dark guardian was the dark side of a paladin. It symbolized the ultimate power of evil and order. Many paladins who had fallen behind would choose to become a dark guardian. Not long after Yvette entered the cabin, the black-robed necromancer man took 2 steps forward and suggested in a low voice, "Master, it's best if you put this matter aside and focus on the enemy in front of you. Otherwise, the entire fleet will be in danger." Andre rubbed his swollen head and nodded lightly. "Don't worry, I know what's important and what's urgent. Let's put this matter to rest for now. I won't think about it until we destroy Bakarov City. Oh, right. Have you made any progress on the things I asked you to research recently?" "Ha. Don't worry. I've already created an interesting toy according to the recipe. I believe it'll be able to teach those griffins flying in the sky a lesson." A sinister smile appeared on Mant's bony face. Perhaps it was because they both broke the law, but out of all the adepts he'd summoned, he was the only one who shared the most common topics with Andre. He'd even been assigned some research work. "Not bad. Then I'll leave Bakarov City's famous Griffin Knights to you. I don't want them to hover above the fleet." Andre was quite satisfied with the necromancer's work attitude. He silently placed a +2 ring of protection he'd made in his spare time into the man's palm. Mant instantly sensed the attributes of the ring, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He quickly put it on his right index finger and bowed deeply with one hand on his chest. "Thank you for your generosity, my beloved master. Before we reach the designated sea, I will definitely be able to put this little toy into actual combat and make the Griffin Knights completely become history. After all, for a low-level sorcerer, a +2 ring of protection was like wearing light leather armor. Coupled with the armor of a level 1 arcane sorcerer, it could basically deflect most long-range weapons. Even if they were accidentally shot, their lives would not be in danger. Unlike most of the people in this world who'd crazily collected magical items, Andre felt that no matter how powerful a magical item was, it was just an inanimate object. It was far less important than people. Moreover, the subordinates he'd obtained from the cards were loyal and would never betray him. Naturally, he'd have to equip them. Of course, the warrior monk, Celeste, did not need to equip himself. This was because he used a supernatural ability called Ki. When he fought, He couldn't wear any armor or shield. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to display his agility and speed. Although Andre hadn't figured out what this key was, he was sure that when the warrior monk infused it into his limbs, the hardness of his limbs would be comparable to that of steel. Celeste even said that some of the true masters of the monastery could make their fists as hard as adamantine. They could even clash head-on with dragons with their physical strength alone. From a certain point of view, the 10 adepts he'd just summoned from the cards all had their own unique characteristics, apart from the orc thief Del, and the dwarf warrior Angel, who'd caused a slight commotion. The rest were normal. After all, Andre was now a level 12 sorcerer. It wasn't strange for him to have a dozen followers. The only thing that was strange was where these strange fellows had come from. Just like that, Andre familiarized himself with the abilities of his new subordinates while reading the golden scroll he'd obtained from the Undying King. Within a few days, the fleet led by Andre had entered the sea controlled by Bakarov City. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. Chapter 920. Ever since he'd buried the massive Lincoln Navy, the ambitious Grand Admiral Niamiadina believed that it was time for Bakarov to rise again. Thus, he'd ordered the few remaining warships to expand their patrol area, forcibly taking control of the surrounding islands and villages within dozens of nautical miles. The villages and towns that had sided with Lincoln during the war were all brutally looted. Those who resisted were executed on the spot, and large amounts of wealth, food, and livestock were taken away to make up for the losses Bakaro had suffered during the war. It could be said that this war had not only resulted in heavy losses for both sides, but also destroyed the stability and peace of the surrounding areas. Hatred, slaughter, death. In just a few short months, Loretta had gotten his wish. Terrifying dark clouds hung over the southern seas, causing countless deaths and even more to become destitute. An organization called the Venomous Tailhook was rapidly expanding in the dark, attracting many youths blinded by vengeance. Under the bewitchment of those with ulterior motives, they quickly formed a group of fanatics who believed in the devil. Along the way, they captured beautiful young women and sacrificed them to obtain the twisted power of the bottomless abyss. Grand Admiral Niamiadina had no idea that he had unwittingly become the driving force behind Loretta's grand plan. What he didn't know was that a terrifying destroyer was on its way to Bakaro. It wouldn't be long before terrifying flames descended from the sky, turning this ancient port city into ashes. Passing by the nameless island where the pirates had once camped, the lookout on the main mast rang the alarm bell, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Warning! Enemy ships ahead. Unknown numbers." Bartholomew raised his telescope and observed for a moment. He immediately approached Andre and bowed with one hand on his chest. "Sir, it's Bakaro's fleet. What should we do?" "You even need to ask. Raise the blood flag. Let Kent take command. From now on, we won't take in any prisoners." Andre expressionlessly gave the order to kill. The blood flag, as the name suggested, was a dark red flag without any design, but it symbolized death and slaughter. When a ship raised this flag, it meant that regardless of whether the other party surrendered or not, there was no possibility of survival. Even though Bartholomew knew that the purpose of this voyage was destruction, he couldn't help but shudder. He hurriedly nodded. "Understood. I'll get someone to raise the blood flag." A few minutes later, all the ships saw the blood-red flag fluttering in the wind at the bow of the Arcane Eye. "Awesome. I like this command." Kent growled excitedly. Cruel and brutal killings could trigger the brutality hidden in the hearts of human beings, raise morale, and strike at the enemy. It was the favorite of almost all commanders, and he was no exception. As for whether this kind of massacre would provoke a strong resistance from the other side, Seawolf didn't care at all. Anyway, he didn't plan to play the traditional boarding battle with the opponent. Instead, he planned to try a new way of naval warfare. It didn't take long for a dozen gunships to form a line under Seawolf's command and seize the upper hand. The remaining ships began to decelerate and leave the battlefield. Their main mission wasn't to participate in the naval battle, but to plunder the wealth and population of Bakharov City. There was no doubt that the influence of the Blood Flag was unparalleled, whether it was on their own side or the enemy. On the flagship of the Bakharov City Navy, General Zach raised his binoculars and happened to see this scene. He immediately flew into a rage and roared at his adjutant. "Bastards! How dare they? Raise the battle flag immediately. Get everyone ready for battle. Also, tell the battle mages to send a message to the great commander. Tell him that the Sardinia pirates have turned hostile against us. General, didn't we just reach an agreement with the pirate King Francis not long ago? Why would they suddenly attack? This doesn't make sense." The adjutant asked with a frown. "I know it doesn't make sense, but the problem is that they have already raised the blood flag." "The blood flag?" Zach roared angrily. For any commander, if they didn't respond after seeing the enemy raise the blood flag, it was a great humiliation. In serious cases, they might even lose morale. After all, the losses of the Bakharov City Navy were already great. If they lost their morale, they might not be able to recover and rebuild for more than 10 years. The adjutant obviously knew this as well. He sighed helplessly and turned to walk into the cabin. He knew very well that the warships before them were no match for the powerful pirates. Their only chance was to request for the Griffin Knights to be mobilized. Only the knights soaring in the sky could dispel the enemy's attacks and ensure that the flames of war didn't spread to the docks. As the Griffin Knights had saved Bakharov City many times in the past, everyone in the city had a morbid infatuation and trust in them. They even believed that no one could defeat the Griffin Knights. Even if an evil dragon appeared in the sky above the city, it would be slain by the knights. Of course, this was only an unrealistic fantasy. They didn't know that the Griffins actually had a weakness. It was just that most people didn't know about it. But now, Necromancer Mant had already prepared some gadgets to deal with the Griffins. Once the knights suffered a devastating blow, the entire Bakharov city would lose its last line of defense. Just as Andrei narrowed his eyes and silently watched the sky, the two fleets finally began to exchange fire. The first to attack was General Zach. When the two sides were still 800 or 900 meters apart, he ordered the ballistic cannons to fire stone shells. Following the order, countless round stones of about 30 kilograms were thrown into the air at an extremely fast speed. Following that, they fell at a high speed, making a whistling sound as they whizzed past, covering the direction of the enemy's ship. Unfortunately, at such a long distance, unless one was extremely lucky, the probability of hitting was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. More than 90% of the stone shells fell directly into the water. Even if one or two brushed against the ship's bow or railings, it wouldn't cause any serious damage. Seawolf Kent stood on the deck, a sinister smile on his face as he shouted at the sailors, "Open the cannons! Fire in 30 seconds! Captain's orders! Open the cannons! Fire in 30 seconds! Captain's orders! Open the cannons! Fire in 30 seconds!" Under the furious roars of the first mate and bosun, the cannons on one side of the ship slowly opened, revealing their sinister muzzles. Even though there were only 6 of them, the crew was confident that they could bury the enemy in the sea in a single volley. The captains who followed behind also followed suit. They quickly pushed out their cannons and prepared to fire. They were just waiting for the order to sink the enemy with their heavy metal cannonballs. Chapter 9:21. Battle line versus boarding battle. Cannons versus ballistae plus catapults. This was destined to be a battle of attrition, as the Eye of Arcane had undergone extensive repairs and modifications. Its appearance was completely different from before. Furthermore, The obvious markings on the sails had been removed. General Zach did not recognize this sea fortress that had once caused him heavy losses. He still ordered the fleet to approach, intending to use their advantage in numbers to drag the opponent into a chaotic battle. In this way, he would be able to hold on until the Griffin Knights came to his rescue, thus seizing victory in this naval battle. It had to be said that from the perspective of Aurère's traditional naval battle, his commanding ability was quite brilliant. He was indeed worthy of being a general who could seize many opportunities to defeat the strong despite being the weak, and firmly defend the port of Bacaro City. But this time, he was not facing his old rival, Mikhail Kerman, nor the pirates of the Sardinia Islands. Instead, he was facing sail gunships armed with brand-new tactics by transmigrators. This was a naval battle technique that was hundreds of years ahead of this world. When the two fleets were less than 300 meters away, Kent the Seawolf drew his sword and roared, "Fire! Send all the enemies into the sea to feed the fishes." Following the order, the cannoneers adjusted the position and angle of the muzzle, and then ignited the fuses. In the blink of an eye, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The cannons that had been silent for a long time finally began to bare their fangs at this backward world. In the blink of an eye, the two 400-ton frigates were pierced through by countless bullets. At a glance, they looked like sieves. Then they began to sink. With their primitive hull structure, there was no way they could withstand the power of the cannons. Although most of the cannoneers only had a hit rate of less than 20% due to insufficient training, the devastating effect shocked everyone. In particular, General Zach, who had lost 2 ships in the first round, was trembling all over because he finally recognized the largest ship. It was the Eye of Arcane that he had chased before, known as the Roaring Sea Dragon. Fear that came from the depths of his heart and soul. He would never forget the terrifying scene he had seen with his own eyes that night. The owner of that ship was a terrifying monster that could evaporate hundreds of meters of seawater in a short moment. How could a mere human's flesh and blood withstand the enemy's attack? Realizing the severity of the situation, General Zach immediately roared at his adjutant like a madman. "Turn! Order all ships to turn around immediately! We must leave this area immediately." Yes, General. I'll pass down the order right away." The adjutant was so nervous that he couldn't even speak properly. He stammered a response before turning around and running to the helmsman's position. He was not blind. Even a blind person would know who the enemy in front of him was after hearing the deafening roar. After all, in the entire continent, there was only one person who could create and use such a weapon without any hesitation. When the two fleets were about 150 meters apart, the Bacaro City Navy turned around and fled towards the port. Seawolf Kent naturally wouldn't let his opponent go so easily. He commanded the fleet to follow closely behind, and with the help of the hull that was more compatible with fluid mechanics and more sails, he quickly caught hold of the enemies. But as the cannons fired again and again, more and more enemy ships became riddled with holes and joined the sinking ranks. André stood on the deck of the Eye of Arcane, watching this battle that had been unbalanced from the start. He muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "Finally, there's a little bit of the atmosphere of a large-scale naval battle. It's just that the enemy is too weak. There's no fun to speak of. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Master, but no true commander or general would be willing to engage in a war where both sides are evenly matched. Their favorite situation would always be when they are countless times stronger than their opponent, and then use their absolute advantage to crush the enemy, just like what this fleet is doing now." Necromancer Man advised, with a smile. He had obviously heard what André had said, and was afraid that he would take things too hard and do something dangerous like increasing the difficulty of his mission. There was no lack of such lunatics among spellcasters. They would even let hundreds of thousands of people die for some so-called fun and bury entire kingdoms with them. Don't worry, Mant. I'm just expressing my thoughts. I don't really plan to put them into action. Besides, instead of worrying about these useless things, why don't you think about how to deal with the Griffin Knights later? They are not as weak and easily bullied as this fleet. Even if they lose their griffins, they are still a group of elite knights. As Andre spoke, he returned to his seat and leisurely drank his coconut juice, completely ignoring the unsightly expression of the necromancer. However, with Mant's intelligence, he quickly reacted and teased with a smile. "Ha, my dear master, you really know how to joke. Let's not talk about whether those knights will fall to their deaths after losing their griffins. Even if they successfully fall, you can't just stand by and watch them wantonly destroy everything. So, what do I have to worry about?" It was undoubtedly a very pleasant thing to talk with a smart person. Not only was Andre not angry, he even laughed and clapped his hands. "Ha ha! Well, since you reacted quickly, inform everyone in the cabin to put on the splints and tell them to come out and stretch their muscles. I don't want any accidents to happen to my fleet. As you wish." The necromancer bowed respectfully and turned to walk into the cabin. Not long after, more than a dozen people appeared on the deck, armed with various weapons and dressed in a variety of clothes. There were warriors, rangers, rogues, and bards amongst them. There was also Mant and the druid Nina amongst them. They covered everything from physical attacks to magic, arcane spells to divine spells. Just as Andre was about to say something, the lookout above suddenly shouted, "Alert! Flying creatures were spotted right in front of them. Griffins! Bakarov City has sent out their trump card, the Griffin Knights." His shout immediately caused a huge commotion. Many sailors hurriedly raised their heads and looked at the black dots in the distance under the dazzling sunlight, their faces filled with fear. Even Kent raised a signal flag, indicating for all the ships to stop their pursuit. At the same time, all the sailors armed with muskets and crossbows walked to the deck and prepared for battle. Everyone knew that the real battle had only just begun. If they couldn't defeat the Griffin Knights, they wouldn't even be able to approach the port. Chapter 9:22. Griffins, as the name suggested, were a hybrid of a lion and a vulture. They had the body and claws of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. They were a perfect hybrid of a land beast and a bird of prey in the sky. When they reached adulthood, they would be 3 meters long and weigh half a ton. Their wingspan could reach 7 to 8 meters, and they could carry more than 300 kilograms and fly freely in the sky above 3,200 meters. They could easily kill a knight, no matter if they swooped down from the sky and used their sharp claws to tear their target apart, or they could hide in the grass and launch a surprise attack like a lion. Ordinary breastplates and scales could not withstand the terrifying sharp beak and claws. There were almost no obvious weaknesses on their bodies. Therefore, other than giant dragons, there were very few creatures that could survive a one-on-one encounter with them. To some extent, more than 80% of the fame of the Griffin Knights was due to the former. The latter was just a small part of the fame. After all, even if an idiot who only knew how to use crossbows rode on the back of a griffin, he could immediately achieve impressive results. No one knew the origin of the griffins. Some said that they were the creations of a certain legendary figure during the most glorious period of the ancient magic civilization. Others said that they came from an alien plane that was rarely visited by humans. It was just like in the Age of Thunder, countless dragon eggs suddenly fell from the sky, and in the end, they hatched into colorful dragons. But one thing was very clear. The griffins were a very proud, magical creature that was difficult to tame and also very difficult to raise. First of all, they could not be locked in cages. Otherwise, they would immediately refuse to eat, and they could not be whipped. Otherwise, it would lead to serious resistance. Secondly, the fledglings had to choose their owners in about 3 months, which was before the first feather grew out. They had to live together intimately, get familiar with each other, and learn from each other until they could fight together. It would take at least half a year to a year. During this time, the knights could not go home, nor could they get close to women, nor could they get close to any other creatures, including dogs, horses, and livestock. Even so, there was still a very high chance that they would be rejected by the griffins and become a pathetic failure. Once the taming failed, the young griffins would have to be killed or set free. Lastly, and most importantly, griffins were carnivores through and through. After they reached adulthood, they would eat at least 15 kilograms of meat every day. If they engaged in vigorous exercise, their appetite would double. Without sufficient financial resources and animal husbandry support, it would be impossible to raise these big eaters. In addition, griffins especially liked to attack horses. Wherever they were, the horses would become restless, even frightened, and crazy. Therefore, raising griffins was equivalent to giving up on ground cavalry. It was said that in order to maintain the combat prowess of the Griffin Knights, a large pasture had been set up outside the city to rear horses, cows, and sheep. The knights' encampment was also listed as a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to approach without permission, or they would be killed without mercy. Andre grinned as he looked at the griffins that were getting closer and closer. He said to the necromancer beside him, "My dear man, are you ready? The show is about to begin." He. Of course, master, my little plaything can't wait any longer. It wants to teach these arrogant fellows a lesson. I hope those idiotic knights can still be so arrogant and condescending after losing control of the griffins. After saying that, Mant waved to the crew members behind him. When they saw it, they quickly lifted a tall cannon onto the deck and began to load it with ammunition. However, this cannon didn't fire solid projectiles. Instead, it was a blossoming projectile made of magical plastic. It wasn't filled with gunpowder either, but with a miraculous magical potion. In order to maximize the potion's power, the necromancer had been waiting for the first wave of attacks. After all, the griffins couldn't fly at a height of 1,000 meters. If they wanted to attack targets on the ground, they would have to dive down and descend to a height of 200 meters. Just as the crew was getting more and more anxious, the Griffin Knights finally arrived above the fleet. After circling around twice, they immediately began to descend at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, the people on the deck could clearly see the cold light reflected off the javelins in the knights' hands. Without a doubt, this was a very vicious weapon. With the help of gravity, even shields couldn't withstand the terrifying penetrative power of the javelins. Andre didn't say anything else. He immediately activated the force wall spell stored in his magic ring and set up a protective barrier above his head. Even with the tenacious vitality of a semi-elemental body, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being pierced by a javelin. When the Griffin Knights were less than 100 meters away from the deck, they finally threw the javelins in their hands with all their might. The sailors on the deck didn't want to be outdone, either pulling the trigger or shooting arrows. Only a series of whooshing sounds could be heard, followed by a series of miserable howls. "Ah, damn it! My stomach has been pierced. Save me! Save me!" The deck was littered with sailors who had been nailed to the ground by javelins. Each of them had a pained expression as they desperately tried to pull out the javelins that had pierced through their bodies. Unfortunately, it was basically impossible to pull out a javelin that was stuck in the deck with just the strength of their hands. Bartholomew, who was in charge of commanding the battle, didn't say anything. He directly raised his weapon and stabbed one of them in the heart, ending his suffering. When the other sailors saw this, they all followed suit and killed the severely injured companions beside them. In this world without surgery, it was impossible to survive such a piercing wound. Although there was a druid, divine spells were limited and needed to be left for more important people. Looking at the Griffin Knights who were gloating over his head, Andre sneered and raised his hand. He snapped his fingers. "Mant, it's your turn. Show these fellows what you're made of." "It's my pleasure." The necromancer placed one hand on his chest and bowed elegantly. He then gestured to the cannoneer behind him. The latter raised a torch and lit the fuse. Instantly, asterisk boom. Asterisk, an exquisite cannonball engraved with complicated patterns, flew into the air at high speed, scaring the Griffin Knights into dodging. However, just as they thought they had avoided this despicable sneak attack, the patterns on the surface of the cannonball suddenly began to glow. Then, in the next second, asterisk bang. Asterisk, the entire cannonball broke into pieces, and a large number of oddly colored water droplets sprayed out from within. These water droplets quickly evaporated under the sun's rays, forming a shimmering mist that shrouded most of the Griffin Knights. Chapter 9:23. Damn it! Hold your breaths and rush out. There must be something wrong with this smoke. Leo, the leader of the Griffin Knights, was well aware of the dangers of alchemy products. He yelled a warning at the top of his voice while riding his griffin into the sky. The knights weren't fools. Even if Leo didn't warn them, they would have held their breaths and urged their griffins to rush out of the smoke. However, they had obviously forgotten a very important point. Humans could hold their breaths, but griffins couldn't. These huge magical creatures required a large amount of oxygen to fly in order to ensure the consumption of their muscles. Therefore, within a few seconds, they were affected by the smoke and began to behave strangely. For example, one of the griffins couldn't flap both of its wings at the same time, causing it to rise and fall in midair. It even somersaulted a few times. The knight on its back lost his grip and instantly fell from a height of hundreds of meters. Plop! He fell into the sea and never resurfaced again. Other than that, the rest of the griffins didn't fare any better. They all lost control. As long as one wasn't a fool, one could tell that the Griffin Knights had lost their ability to fight. They couldn't even protect themselves now, let alone battle. A few of them, who fell carelessly, either sank to the bottom of the sea or smashed into a pile of minced meat on the deck. Andre's eyes flickered with a chilling gleam as he looked at the wretched appearances of these proud sons of the heavens. He then said to his subordinates, "It seems that the effects of the potion aren't bad. It's time to let this Knight Legion, with a glorious battle record, become history. Go and bring me their heads." "Ha ha ha ha! As you wish, my dear master." Eunice pulled out the cork with a sinister smile and drank the potion in one gulp. Then she soared into the air and pounced on a knight riding on a griffin. The other followers that were summoned from the cards also drank the flying potion in one gulp and attacked the enemies in midair. Among them, there were knights, warriors, and dark guards who were adept at charging and breaking through enemy lines. There were also rogues who were adept at ambushing and rangers who could shoot arrows from afar. With the help of the druids and bards, the 6 Griffin Knights who were caught off guard died in the blink of an eye. Seeing so many professionals suddenly rushing out, the leader Leo immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. Ignoring the shaking of his griffin, he hurriedly put a mithril arrow engraved with exquisite patterns on the bowstring and loudly reminded all the members, "Use the demon-piercing arrow. We must suppress the enemy before the griffins recover." Under his reminder, the knights who had fallen into an unprecedented panic drew their bowstrings and aimed at their opponents, who were killing with the help of the flying spell. Without another word, they let go of their fingers. In an instant, streaks of dazzling light streaked across the sky, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Even the sun seemed dim at this moment. The demon-piercing arrow made of mithril was the ultimate weapon of the Griffin Knights. The cost of each arrow was not cheap, and once it was shot, there was no way to retrieve it. The moment the enemy's magic was broken, the surveillance would completely shatter. Not even a speck of dust could be found. Just as the others quickly dodged and blocked, Eunice, who was already stained with blood, had a crazy smile on her face. She allowed the 3 arrows to pierce her chest. After a dazzling flash of white light, the flying spell on her body was immediately dispelled. She fell from a high place like a cannonball. Success! I successfully killed that demon. A knight excitedly raised the hard bow in his hand and cheered loudly. He couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. In the short few minutes of battle, just now, the half-demon had dismembered 2 knights in an extremely cruel and bloodthirsty manner. The cruelty was simply off the charts. However, this knight couldn't be happy for too long. When he was less than 50 meters from the ground, Eunice's cloak suddenly protruded. 2 huge bat wings opened up with a whoosh, followed by 2 forceful flaps, and stopped in midair. She glanced at another knight with incomparably evil eyes. The knight's body couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. After that, he subconsciously raised his bow, aimed at his companion, and shot a fatal arrow. Whoosh! Ah! Along with the piercing sound of air, the knight, who was still excited just now, let out a miserable scream. He lowered his head and looked at the blood flowing out of his chest. Then he turned around and stared at his former friend in disbelief. Slowly, he fell from the saddle. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Be careful! That female demon knows charm magic. Commander Leo was indeed experienced and knowledgeable. He immediately identified the source of his subordinate's abnormality. However, being able to identify it didn't mean that he could solve it. The knight, who was under control, quickly drew his bowstring and shot out all 10 anti-magic arrows from his quiver in one breath. Even with the commander's warning, 2 unlucky knights were still hit by the arrows. They clutched their wounds and fell from the sky. There was no need to ask to know that they wouldn't survive. Seeing this, Eunice laughed and mocked. Ah! Is this the famous Griffin Knight Regiment of Bacaro City? I have to say, you've really disappointed me. After losing your griffins, you're worse than trash. It was obvious that she had succeeded in infuriating the remaining knights. Bastard, how dare you insult us? I want a duel with you. Go, kill this demon. For a moment, the crowd was agitated, and many of the knights' eyes turned red. After all, they had been taught since young that honor was more important than life. Once their honor was questioned, they were like boiling oil that had been splashed onto sparks. Their entire being was dominated by anger. A knight with a silver spear roared and jumped off the griffin's back. He pounced towards Eunice, wanting to kill this enemy who had tarnished his regiment's honor. As for whether he would fall to his death or drown, he didn't care at all. From the moment he jumped, he had already made up his mind to protect his honor with his life. Seeing the knight falling from the sky like a meteor, the corners of Eunice's mouth curled up slightly. Her eyes flashed with a mocking light, and then she did something that left everyone dumbfounded. She didn't clash head-on with her opponent like a warrior full of honor. Instead, she flapped her wings and moved about 10 meters to the side. At the same time, she mocked loudly. Idiot! Don't you have a brain? Or do you think I'm as stupid as you? Ah, despicable demon. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The young knight saw that his enemy had escaped his attack range and immediately cursed like a madman. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He could only watch as he fell, and finally fell into the sea with a splash. Chapter 9:24. After successfully toying with a knight to death, Eunice raised the sword of the king's blood and pointed it at Commander Leo, provoking him, "You're the commander of these idiots." The glory of the Griffin Knights cannot be tarnished. Demon, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my dead brothers." Leo took off the iron glove on his left hand and threw it down forcefully. Throwing a glove meant a one-on-one duel between nobles. In other words, the commander had challenged Eunice to a duel in his own name. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent as he vowed to cut down his target with his sword. Eunice caught the iron glove that was thrown down from above and sneered, "Humph, bullshit glory. Your so-called glory is all snatched from these griffins who can't speak. Since you want a duel, then let's duel. I will use the sword in my hand to prove that you are nothing but trash." After saying this, she threw the iron glove into the sea and flapped her huge bat wings to fly up. As a half-demon with the ability to transform, Eunice was very clear that she couldn't maintain her current state for too long. Therefore, she had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, she would be in danger of being killed. It must be known that Commander Leo wasn't one of those hot-blooded youngsters. Not only was he the commander of the Griffin Knights, he was also an experienced knight. He wouldn't let anger control his brain so easily, since he dared to challenge her to a duel. It meant that he had a very high chance of winning. "Who do you think will win?" Andre held his chin and asked with great interest. Necromancer Mant stared with his two dead fish-like eyes and looked between the two, quickly replying, "I think it should be Eunice. After all, this is an aerial battle. Those with the ability to fly are in an invincible position from the start. Unless those griffins return to normal, the knight's chances of winning are almost zero." "Hee. My point of view is the exact opposite of yours. How about we make a bet?" Andre smiled as he made an invitation. "Oh, what do you want to bet? You should know that I don't have anything valuable on me right now." After saying this, Mant spread out his hands, indicating that he didn't have a single magic item on him apart from the ring he had just worn. Perhaps this was normal for other professions, but for a fifth-rank necromancer, this was simply destitute. No, to be exact, not even dregs could be found. Noticing the cunning look in his subordinate's eyes, Andre laughed and clapped. "Ha ha ha ha! Excellent acting skills, Mant. You almost had me fooled. Well, since you said you don't have anything valuable, then let's bet on work. If you lose, you'll have to complete a research project for me. If I lose, I'll give you 2 level 3 Arcana scrolls. What do you think?" The necromancer bowed with one hand on his chest and praised in an exaggerated tone, "Thank you for your generosity, Master. I accept this bet. However, since you were certain that Eunice would lose, why did you allow her to fool around like this? You have to know that a duel is not a small matter. If you don't handle it well, you might lose your life. You don't understand. Due to the chaotic and evil nature of her bloodline, Eunice has always been unable to control her desires. I hope that through this defeat, she will fully understand what a true powerhouse is like. I hope that she will be able to restrain her actions in the future and stop her unscrupulous bloodlust and slaughter." Andre had never been a person who liked to kill the innocent, and he didn't like his subordinates to be overly bloodthirsty. Every person he killed had a very clear purpose. It was either for revenge, politics, or to send some kind of message. However, Eunice was obviously not like that. She killed for entertainment, to taste the weakness, fear, madness, and other negative emotions of her enemies before they died. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Mant knew very well how dangerous the half-demon who reeked of blood was. He nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I have to admit that what you said makes sense. However, isn't it too hasty to let her participate in such a dangerous duel? What if she dies? What if she becomes disabled? What if she gets seriously injured? Don't worry, she has a powerful magical weapon in her hand. She can replenish herself by devouring the life force of others. As long as she still has a breath, she won't die. After saying that, Andre waved his hand and signaled the necromancer to stop talking because the duel in the air had already begun. Commander Leo urged the griffin under him to pounce towards Eunice. Due to the influence of the smoke, the griffin couldn't fly in a straight line at all. It could only shake its tail desperately in an attempt to maintain its balance. However, anyone with a bit of eyesight could see that it was in an extremely bad condition. It couldn't control its own body at all. However, this wasn't surprising. After all, the main effect of the strange colored smoke was to interfere with the normal operation of the corpus callosum, forcing the left and right halves of the brain to be unable to unify. After Mant's modification, whether it was the range of effect or the power produced, it was several times stronger than the original version. If it wasn't for the strong vitality of the griffin itself and its resistance to magic potions, it would have been lying on the ground and unable to fly. Looking at her opponent's erratic flight, a mocking expression appeared on Eunice's face. She flapped her wings and flew towards her opponent. Neither of them spoke superfluous words. They directly swung their weapons and collided with each other. In an instant, dazzling sparks burst out. Relying on the weight advantage of the griffin, Commander Leo won the first round. He fiercely knocked Eunice away. However, this advantage was almost negligible because Eunice had a pair of wings behind her back. After tumbling twice in the air, she quickly stabilized her body and stared at her opponent with great vigilance. From the moment of the collision just now, she could feel that the sword in her hand was almost knocked away. In other words, her opponent's strength was much greater than hers. After gaining the upper hand, Leo didn't take the opportunity to give chase. Instead, he let the griffin stay in the air and slowly recover his strength. Without a doubt, this was a very smart choice. Due to the fact that the griffin couldn't control its body, every time it accelerated, it would consume more energy than usual. Although continuous attacks could gain a certain advantage, if he failed to defeat his opponent, he would be the one to lose. Every outstanding knight was an out-and-out tactical expert. They would rationally allocate their energy, size up the situation, and make the most suitable judgment for the current situation. Facing an opponent with superb martial arts and a calm and rational mind, Eunice immediately exposed her serious shortcomings. Her reckless personality wasn't good at dealing with enemies who were proficient in tactics. Chapter 9:25. She only knows how to rely on her demonic bloodline and magical weapons to do whatever she wants. I really don't understand why Master allows her to do as she pleases. Yvette pursed her lips, her tone full of contempt and disdain. As a dark guardian, she hated people who did things without thinking. They were completely driven by their instincts and desires. In her eyes, order was the source of all power. It was the embodiment of the ultimate law of the world. It was a belief that was above evil. Anyone who did not abide by order would only end up in failure. Wild Elf Adeline, who was also a member of the evil faction, smiled and teased, "Perhaps our master needs a crazier dog. That way, he can make his enemies feel fear." After all, normal people are afraid of being bitten by a mad dog. What do you think? Mad dog. I like that description. She is indeed like a mad dog. She can't see the difference between her and her opponent. Yvette was obviously happy that someone had the same opinion as her. She turned around and gave the other party a look of approval. Just like the Saint Samurai, the Dark Guardians were also a special class full of charm. They could incite those who were originally good or neutral through words, actions, and actions. If they joined the army of evil, they could even use tricks such as lies, bluffs, and threats to make those who were not mentally strong enough to surrender. They were the ideal commanders of the evil army. They were the executioners who suppressed rebellions against tyranny. They were also the powerful executioners of all kinds of schemes and plots. They were welcomed by evil rulers wherever they went. Even though Andre had not entrusted Yvette with any important tasks, she had vaguely become the leader of the evil faction with her charm alone. Ranger Adeline and Bard Yvonne followed her lead. However, Eunice was obviously not interested in this, so she was naturally excluded from this small group of evil faction members. After all, in any group or organization, there would inevitably be close relatives. Those who had similar thoughts and actions would attract each other, and those who were opposite would repel each other. Among Andre's many followers, the good faction, the neutral faction, and the evil faction were all centered around one person, forming three distinct small groups. Eunice was the only one who was excluded at the same time. That was why no one was willing to lend her a helping hand, no matter how miserable she was. It had to be said that this was a terrifying kind of isolation, and at the same time, it was a failure and sorrow of being a person. Great leader Leo keenly noticed this and commanded the Griffin to knock Eunice away. He sneered and mocked. "Demon, it seems that your companion doesn't care about your life or death, right?" "Bah!" Eunice spat out a mouthful of blood, her face filled with madness as she roared. "So what? In this world, the strong were destined to be respected. As long as I can kill you, I am still Master's most capable helper, no matter how dissatisfied they were. If you don't like me anymore, you have to be patient. Master." Leo glanced warily at Andre, who was sitting on the deck. He rested his chin on one hand and stared at the sky with a playful gaze. There was no sign of nervousness or worry on his face. It was as if he was not worried that his subordinate would fail. Eunice saw the flash of fear in the leader's eyes. Without another word, Eunice flapped her wings and pounced towards her opponent. With lightning speed, she dodged the sharp claws and stabbed her sword into the griffin's abdomen. Screech! The unbearable pain immediately caused this huge creature to cry out like an eagle. The king's blood sword extracted a large amount of life force from its body in just a few seconds. Eunice, who was originally riddled with wounds, became spirited in the blink of an eye. The wounds on her body quickly healed, and a large amount of her strength was also recovered. Not good. Noticing that his mount was constantly trembling and swaying, Leo immediately realized what had happened. He hurriedly took out the amulet on his neck and loudly shouted, "Great God of protection, please heal my partner." Instantly, a golden radiance emitted from the holy emblem at the end of the pendant, quickly wrapping around the injured griffin. Not long after, the wound on its chest that was constantly spurting blood gradually closed. It was obvious that it had been healed by some kind of divine technique. However, healing did not mean that the griffin was fine. Due to the large amount of blood loss and the imbalance between the left and right sides of its brain, this adult male griffin was still constantly descending. It looked very weak and did not have enough strength to carry a fully armed knight that weighed over 240 kilograms to continue flying. In desperation, the great commander could only use his sword to remove the belt and take off the heavy armor. Although this effectively reduced the burden on the griffin, it was equivalent to giving up its defense. It must be known that although the inner chain armor could effectively block slashes, it was useless against piercing damage. After a successful attack, Eunice greedily licked the hot blood on her lips. She raised the slaughter sword that was emitting a strange red light and shouted, "Next time, I will chop off your head." Leo did not pay attention to his opponent's clamor. He gently stroked the blade and prayed with a voice that only he could hear. "You are the last ray of light before the darkness shrouds. You are the guardian of the city of hope. You protect the weak, the poor, the injured, The young you teach us to understand the greatness of sacrifice. You are the God of protection. You are the guard that is always vigilant. I am willing to offer everything I have to you. Please give me the strength to defeat the evil in front of me." Accompanied by a solemn expression, the great commander emitted an incomparably holy radiance that was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Right after he finished his last sentence, he shouted the holy name of the God of Guardians and leaped up, pouncing on his opponent. Caught off guard, Eunice did not have time to dodge. She could only watch as the long sword emitting a holy white light pierced her lower abdomen, followed by a piercing pain that engulfed her entire body. "Ah!" she screamed as she frantically slashed at the great commander with the sword of royal blood. However, for some reason, all of her attacks were blocked by the white light. The two of them tumbled and quickly fell from the sky. Right below them was the position of Andre's seat. It was clear that the great Commander Leo was prepared to sacrifice himself. Not only did he want to kill Eunice, he also wanted to get rid of Andre as well, so as to protect Bakarov City from the invasion of foreign enemies. Staring at the two people who were getting closer and closer to him, Andre stood up and sighed slightly. He muttered softly, "Is this the power of self-sacrifice? It can actually resonate with a god. Interesting." Chapter 9:28. War meant destruction, slaughter, and destruction. No one was willing to fight a war with a failure rate of more than 90% in front of their own home, let alone watch a bustling port city burn to the ground. Thus, negotiations became the only option. Perhaps due to the influence of the feudal system, the nobles of Orir generally regarded war as a continuation of diplomacy. Thus, once the situation was unfavorable to them, they would immediately request for negotiations in an attempt to reduce their losses and ensure that the rear would not be ravaged by the flames of war. Soon, under the leadership of Grand Commander Nehemiah, a diplomatic mission, led by General Zach, rode on a small boat. They raised Baichi high and sailed towards the huge body of the Eye of Arcane. In order to avoid large-scale panic and riots, the upper-class nobles and mages worked together to conceal the fact that the enemy might be the fire elemental prince, the chosen of Aesopdesser. There was no other way. The name of the Flaming Duke was too terrifying. It was like a sharp sword hanging over everyone's head. If news of the Flaming Duke being in the enemy's army spread, the entire Bakarov city would immediately be thrown into an uncontrollable riot. The furious residents and soldiers would first kill all the nobles, and then use their heads in exchange for the forgiveness of the Flaming Duke. After all, this was not the first time such a thing had happened in the southern region. Thus, General Zach only hoped to prevent such a thing from happening again, even if it meant surrendering to the enemy. As the sky was not completely dark yet, the lookouts on the mast quickly discovered the diplomatic mission holding Baichi and loudly reported it to the fleet. In an instant, the crew, who were already in high morale, burst into loud cheers. When the enemy was at the city's gates, sending out a messenger first meant that they were admitting defeat. It also meant that they did not have the confidence to defend the city. At the thought of being able to plunder an incomparably rich port city, everyone could not help but tremble with excitement. How rich would a port second only to Lincoln City be? Take Lincoln City, for example. It had a permanent population of 100,000. Take note, this population of 100,000 did not include passing merchants, nor did it include farmers from the surrounding areas who entered the city to sell vegetables and fruits. It did not even include adventurers, mercenaries, or slaves. It was just the number of nobles and ordinary citizens. Based on the GDP of 1 silver coin per person per day, it was close to 10,000 gold coins per day. 365 days in a year, that was 6 million gold coins. After hundreds of years of accumulation, almost every noble family had a wealth worth more than 1 million gold coins. The entire city's wealth was estimated to be around 30 to 50 million gold coins. As long as they could grab a vote, not to mention the rest of their lives, even their sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons would not have to worry about money for a few generations. Andre smirked as he sensed the excitement from the bottom of their souls. "Mant, bring the messengers here. I really hope they can find a reason to convince me. Otherwise, tonight's fireworks will be very beautiful." "Hee, my evil master, you're too evil. I don't think there's anyone in this world who can shake your will." Mant bowed slightly and walked towards the side of the ship. He ordered a few sailors to lower the rope ladder. After a short while, the 6 messengers were pulled onto the deck and greeted. Although there was an almost irreconcilable hatred between them, both sides did not show any disrespect. A mage who followed along even chatted with Man about magic. There was nothing unusual about it. In fact, the so-called hatred, honor, and ideology of the city were all the result of the ruler's propaganda to protect his own interests. There was no lack of communication between the upper echelons of the city. Some were even related by marriage for generations. Therefore, although many things seemed to be at loggerheads on the surface, it was actually just to divert the internal conflict. It made the people feel that there was something more terrifying that was threatening them, so they would ignore the fact that they were severely exploited and oppressed. Just like the famous 18th century French thinker, philosopher, and educator, Rousseau said, patriotism was the last refuge of political hooligans. After a few simple words, the entire group of messengers was brought in front of Andre. As the leader, General Zack hurriedly took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully. Following that, he presented a scroll wrapped in exquisite silk with both hands. "It is an honor to meet you in person, Honorable Flaming Duke. This is a letter from Commander Neemiadina. Please forgive us for the wrong choice we made earlier." "Forgive? Humph!" Andre sneered as he received the scroll. He opened it and glanced at the contents. He quickly extended a finger, and in an instant, scorching flames shot out and burned the scroll to ashes. Unfortunately, these flowery words and seemingly humble words can't make me feel better. Similarly, they can't make up for my loss. Zack was not angered by this obviously provocative action. Instead, he bowed in fear and trepidation and waved his hand lightly, indicating for a servant to bring up a wooden box. "Sir, I know that a verbal apology won't be able to quench your anger, so I specially brought a small gift. Please give us a chance to talk." Having said that, he raised his hand and opened the box. A dazzling blue radiance was immediately released from within. There were at least 200 high-quality water sapphires lying in the box. Every one of them was the purest light blue, without a trace of impurities. They were like fairies of the sea, releasing faint magical waves. Without a doubt, these water attribute gems were the size of quail eggs. They were most suitable for making magical weapons, armor, and staffs. After complicated enchantment, they could give weapons the attribute of cold damage. At the same time, they could greatly increase the fire resistance of armors. They could even be used to make powerful magical items such as frost staffs. According to Andre's estimation, even the smallest one would be worth more than 5,000 gold coins. This meant that Bakarov City had taken out millions of gold coins just to open the door for negotiations. It had to be said that this was definitely a shocking amount of money. Their goal was undoubtedly to completely knock him out with money. Andre had never rejected anything that came to him for free. He smiled playfully and nodded. "All right, seeing that you're sincere, I'm willing to listen to your so-called explanation. But remember, you only have 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, I will launch the first round of attacks on the port. At that time, no matter what you say, it will be useless. I believe that with your intelligence, you should understand what I mean. right? Chapter 929. Of course, Your Excellency, I understand your meaning very well. General Zack bowed humbly. When he ignited the scroll with his finger, he was certain that the young man in front of him was the Prince of Fire, the chosen of Acer-Decer, the famous Flaming Duke. Therefore, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with showing weakness. After all, as the representative of a powerful otherworldly creature, the Flaming Duke's position was no worse than the ruler of any kingdom. In fact, it was even slightly higher. What's more, the Duke of Raging Flame had terrifying strength, a special constitution that was very hard to kill, and the ability to destroy all obstacles in front of him. Therefore, General Zack put himself in the position of the weak from the beginning, trying to avoid language conflicts as much as possible. However, Andre was never the kind of idiot who would forget himself after hearing a few beautiful words. He directly took out a small hourglass from his pocket and put it on the table, then said, "Do you see this hourglass? When all the sand falls from one end to the other, the fleet will begin to attack the port. I sincerely suggest that if you have any conditions, you better say it quickly, or else it will be too late." Glancing at the rapidly falling sand, General Zack's pupils suddenly shrank. He hurriedly took a deep breath and said with an incomparably serious tone, "Honorable Flaming Duke, I only have one condition, and that is to ask you not to destroy our city. For this, we are willing to pay any price." "Price? Ha 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 ha." Andre suddenly burst into laughter. Then he stretched out a finger and shook it gently. He asked, "Are you sure you know the meaning of the price?" "Of course. No matter what you want, we will do our best to fulfill your wish." In order to increase his persuasiveness, General Zack deliberately emphasized the word, "do our best." He was eager to show that the entire ruling class of Bacaro City was willing to settle this matter peacefully. However, Andre obviously didn't want peace. He coldly smiled and shook his head. "No, no, no, it seems that you don't understand the meaning of the word price. In my eyes, the word price means blood. It symbolizes hatred and revenge. Do you understand?" After hearing this, General Zack's face changed greatly. He subconsciously clenched his fists and suppressed his anger and fear. He asked in a low voice, "Then what do you want? Are we really going to raze the entire city to the ground?" "Ha ha, razing the city to the ground is not the right word. In fact, I plan to use fire to ignite it. Think about it, setting a city on fire in the dark night, and the fire will illuminate the entire sky. Is there anything more exciting and spectacular than this in the world?" As he spoke, Andre stood up from his chair, his entire body releasing an extremely dangerous aura. Even Mant, the necromancer, quickly took a few steps back. He could feel that his master was on the verge of exploding and could be ignited at any moment like the gunpowder in the wooden barrel. Although General Zack had seen many big scenes before, he was still shocked by the almost crazy words and momentum. He was speechless for a long time. Just as he recovered and was about to open his mouth to say something, Andre suddenly glanced at the hourglass. A cruel smile appeared on his face. "Unfortunately, time's up. You can't convince me." As soon as he finished speaking, Andre directly turned to Bartholomew and ordered, "My dear Vice Captain, order the ship to start firing." "Yes, sir." The old captain bowed with one hand on his chest and immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Gunners in position! Start firing! Gunners in position! Start firing! Gunners in position! Start firing!" Accompanied by the excited roars of the sailors, all the cannons were loaded in just a few minutes. The next second, boom, 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 boom. Countless cannons ejected fatal bullets, directly plowing all the buildings near the port. Under the impact of the huge kinetic energy, the wooden warehouses, houses, planks, and docks were all full of holes under the 2 rounds of bombardment. Some of them were ignited by the hot cannonballs, causing a fire. As everyone knew, due to the limitations of production, most of the houses in Orier were wooden structures. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the fire began to spread from the port to the city. Before the bombardment ended, 1/5 of the city was covered in bright flames. Countless residents poured into the streets. Through the binoculars, one could see their panicked expressions and hear their cries and shouts. You're crazy. You're a madman. Do you know what you're doing?" Looking at the miserable scene in front of him, General Zach roared crazily with bloodshot eyes. He couldn't believe that the other party didn't even have the slightest intention of negotiating and directly launched an attack without hesitation. Andre returned to his seat and replied casually, "Of course I know what I'm doing, and I also know the consequences. Remember, I'm the Flaming Duke, the symbol of destruction. Anyone who angers me must pay the price. Since you dared to ally with my enemy, you should be prepared to bear my wrath. I don't like to be surrounded by endless flies, so I need to act as a reference for others. Bakharov City happens to be this target. I believe that after this port city, second only to Lincoln City, completely disappears from the map, no one will dare to go against me for a long time. They won't casually test my bottom line. You're doing such a crazy thing. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by all the cities and nobles in the South?" General Zach's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Half of it was due to anger. After all, anyone with dignity couldn't remain indifferent to the contempt in these words. The other half was due to fear, because he couldn't find a way to save Bakharov City. The real Flaming Duke hadn't even personally made a move. Just these mysterious weapons that were constantly making loud noises were enough to plunge Bakharov City into panic and despair. It wouldn't be long before the city's order completely collapsed. He didn't dare imagine what the city would be like if the young man in front of him personally made a move. It might be as described in the bard's stories, with everything within tens of kilometers burnt to ashes. Chapter 930. The deafening bombardment lasted for half an hour, until every cannon began to turn red and hot. Only then did the gunners stop reluctantly. When the bombardment stopped, everyone was surprised to find that all the buildings within the range of the cannons were gone, leaving only ruins. Many soldiers and dock workers who did not manage to escape in time were killed by the terrifying bombardment. All kinds of broken limbs were piled up in the streets. A large number of women and children wandered the streets, crying. It was a doomsday-like scene. Only the ships docked near the docks were spared. Because the sailors had long regarded these ships as their own spoils of war, they were not willing to indiscriminately bombard them. They even planned to take away all the ships of the enemy and use them to store the people and treasures they had plundered. Looking at the fireworks in the harbor, Andre felt that the power of the Prince of Fire Elements, Isol Deezer, in his body was rapidly expanding. In just half an hour, it had doubled in size. The special title of Isol Deezer's Chosen had also been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. In addition to the special abilities of flame control, immunity to fire damage, flame regeneration, long life, raging flame eruption, extraordinary life, flame flight, and control of fire elements, there was also the addition of flame shaping. As the name implied, it was the ability to transform flames into any known form. It could even consciously control the direction of the flames. For example, it could burn a person's clothes without harming the person. Although flame shaping did not sound very powerful, one would immediately realize how terrifying it was when one thought about it carefully, especially for spellcasters. Because it could adapt to local conditions, it could make certain fire spells with fixed shapes kill more enemies. To give the simplest example, there was a level 1 arcane spell called Burning Hand, which spouted flames from the palm of the hand to burn all enemies in a fan-shaped area in front of it. However, due to the limitation of its energy level, its effective range was only about 1.5 meters. However, if flame shaping was used, it could narrow the shooting range and increase the shooting distance. If used in a narrow passage, it could often produce unexpected effects. Similarly, fireball, flame breath, flame shield, and so on could produce similar effects. As for the specific power, it depended on the user's imagination and creativity. It was clear that the fire elemental prince, Aesir Desser, was very satisfied with the destructive nature of his chosen, so he generously bestowed him with new power. This was both affirmation and encouragement. It encouraged Andrei to continue attacking Bakarov City, making the entire material world tremble under his might, and making the mortals crawl at the feet of the Lord of the Raging Flames in reverence. But it was a pity that Andrei wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated. After feeling the changes in his body, he did not immediately give the order to launch the second round of bombardment. Instead, he turned his head and said to General Zack, who had fallen into a daze, "Dear Mr. Messenger, I believe that you now have a general understanding of the strength and determination that I have grasped. Now, help me pass a message to your commander. Tell him that if he wants to keep Bakarov City from becoming history, he'll have to agree to a few conditions. First, I want half the population, wealth, and goods of this city. Second, I want to take away all your shipbuilders and destroy half of the city near the port. From then on, Bakarov City will no longer have a navy or shipbuilding ability. All your maritime transport and trade will be taken over by another organization. Lastly, and most importantly, give up on cooperating with Loretta Botons and become my vassal. Remember, this isn't a negotiation, but an ultimatum. I'll give you an hour to consider. If you don't give me an answer in an hour, I'll personally take action and turn this city into history. Please don't doubt my determination and ability, and don't use those boring tricks of the nobles on me. Understood?" Understood. General Zack had a bitter expression as he answered. He had already lost the courage of a soldier, only fear and reverence left in his head. After all, any normal person would be afraid of a lunatic who didn't play by the rules, especially one who possessed incomparable power. Soon, the members of the diplomatic group took a small boat and quickly sailed towards the burning city. It didn't take long for them to explain Andrei's conditions in front of the nobles. Silence. Terrifying silence. There was no clamor, as General Zack had expected. There were no arrogant youths who rushed out and shouted that they would take the enemy down with them. In fact, those who were qualified to participate in this meeting that would decide the fate of Bakarov City were all old foxes of power. What they cared about was profit and the survival of their families. They wouldn't lose their minds over a little verbal contempt. After a long time, the weakened Grand Marshal Niamyadina sighed and asked, "Let's hear it. What should we do? Should we agree to their conditions or take a gamble?" "Grand Marshal, before I express my opinion, I'd like to know if the Magi and Knights have a way to stop the Flaming Duke. If there is, then we can take a gamble. If there isn't, then this discussion is meaningless." An old man who looked to be in his early 70s stood up and said, although he couldn't stand properly, his cloudy eyes still gave off an oppressive aura. Niamyadina didn't immediately answer the question. Instead, he looked at the Magi in gray robes. He was not the only one. Everyone present also had expectant looks on their faces, pinning all their hopes on the mysterious magic. However, it was a pity that the mage representative dashed their hopes the moment he opened his mouth. He hesitated for a few seconds and then shook his head with a serious expression. "I'm sorry. According to the books, as long as there is fire, the Duke of Flame can never be killed. No matter if it's a physical attack or a magic attack, it will be healed by the raging fire. 1/5 of the city is now engulfed in flames. Unless the flames are extinguished in an instant, killing the flaming duke is an impossible task. In fact, according to historical records, the flaming duke has never been killed by mortals. Most of their deaths occurred in the dangerous lower realms, so I don't think it's wise to fight them head-on. I'm sorry, but we Magi can't do anything about it. The most we can do is to teleport you to a safe place in times of danger. Chapter 9:31. The mage representative's words completely extinguished the noble's last shred of hope. Now, they were faced with a cruel reality. They could either endure the humiliation and loss, letting the enemy take away the wealth and population that Bokaro City had accumulated over hundreds of years, and become a second-rate city that would never be able to build a ship. Or they could muster all their strength to cause trouble for the enemy, and the price would be that the entire city would be reduced to ruins. Without a doubt, this was an extremely difficult choice. No matter which option they chose, they would lose the ocean of wealth, the trust of the people, and the foundation of their rule. Commander Nehemiah glanced at the silent nobles, instantly realizing that none of them wanted to be the scapegoat. However, as the supreme leader in name, he could not remain silent like the others. Helpless, he coughed twice and said in a weak voice, "Everyone, the other party only gave us an hour to consider, so I don't think now is the time to push the blame onto each other. Since no one is willing to take the initiative to express their opinions, let us decide the fate of Bokaro City through an anonymous vote." "I agree." The old man who had asked the mage representative was the first to step forward and agree. "Seconded." "Agreed." "Let's vote." With someone taking the lead, the rest of the nobles followed suit. In fact, they did not have the courage to make an enemy out of the famous Flaming Duke, and were already prepared to surrender. After all, while handing over half of the city's wealth and population was a huge loss, Andre did not explicitly state where the wealth and population came from. This meant that there was a possibility of micromanipulation. For example, forcing half of the city's population to be sent to the docks, and then looting their families' wealth. This way, they could satisfy the other party's demands without hurting themselves. At most, each family would share the remaining portion. After all, as long as they could survive this crisis, they would be able to make a comeback in the future. As for the lives of the commoners, they did not care. There was nothing else in this era, but the number of people who wanted to move into the city was like the hairs on a cow. The loss of population could be quickly made up for in the surrounding villages. This was especially true for young people who yearned for life in a big city. They never considered whether they really had the ability to live in a city. In the end, without exception, they either became coolies or became lifeless corpses in a fight. The voting process in Bakrov City was different from that in Linton City. Those who were qualified to enter the council here had to be of a certain level of status, wealth, and family power. There were no more than 25 people in total. In just a few minutes, Nehemiah received the results of the vote. Unsurprisingly, everyone voted in favor, just as he had expected. Looking at the expectant gazes, Nehemiah's face flashed with a hint of disappointment. He turned to General Zack and said, "My friend, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to make another trip. Please inform the Flaming Duke of our decision. Half of the city's wealth and population, as well as all the ships and shipbuilders, will renounce our alliance with the Loretta Botons and become his vassals. None of this is a problem. We can even allow him to destroy half of the city near the port. However, there is one condition. He must ensure that the rest of the city will not be attacked in any way." "Understood. I swear that no matter what, I will ensure the survival of Bakrov City," Zack said as he patted his chest, a resolute look in his eyes. As a soldier of noble birth, he had long been prepared to die in battle. Now, he believed that the time had come. "Then I'll leave everything to you. After you leave, We'll start counting the population and wealth to ensure that we don't give the enemy any excuse to start a war. I'll also contact the church in the city to have them bear witness. After all, even the Flaming Duke will have some scruples when facing the Church of the Gods. There was a saying that true leaders would never pin their hopes on one thing or one person. They would always reserve at least two sets of solutions to a problem. Although most of the solutions were useless against Andre, Nehemiah decided to drag the church into the water. At the very least, he wanted them to remain neutral and lean towards him. Bearing the hopes of countless people, General Zach once again set out with his delegation. However, as soon as he stepped out of the meeting room, he was blocked by a young man. "Sir General, are you going to kneel and surrender to the enemy?" The young man's eyes were bloodshot. "Clive Crom, you're no longer a part of Bokaro City, so get out of my way, or I'll order the soldiers to expel you." Zach clearly knew who he was. He frowned and scolded him. If it was someone he didn't know, he would have ordered the guards to attack without giving the young man a chance to speak. As the saying went, severe punishment is needed in troubled times. The city was in chaos, with all sorts of ruffians, thugs, and ambitious people popping out of nowhere, robbing and raping women everywhere. There were even some brave fellows who started to organize an attack on the residences of the nobles. Everyone was especially nervous. Their first reaction when they encountered a stranger was not to subdue them as usual, but to directly stab them with sharp weapons. The young man didn't seem to appreciate it. He clenched his fists and roared, "Looks like I was right. You spineless cowards actually chose to surrender? Where's the honor of nobles? Where's the courage of knights?" Zach, who was being reprimanded by the young man, suddenly looked much older. He didn't try to defend himself or anyone else. Instead, he silently endured the young man's insults. "You're still young. You think there are many things in this world that are more important than life. But let me tell you, there's nothing more precious than life. Do you know who the master of the fleet outside is? He's the Flaming Duke. He's the symbol of destruction. We can't defeat him, let alone kill him. For the sake of everyone in this city, we have to surrender. In a few months, you'll be going to the Elven Island to participate in the reincarnation ceremony. You'll be joining the noble house of Sapphire Flower. So don't play with your life." Chapter 932. Clive Crom was undoubtedly a proud young man, but that didn't mean he was stupid. On the contrary, having received an elite education since young, he understood the important role of submission and compromise in political struggles. However, as a member of the Griffin Knights, he couldn't accept the death of the great leader and all the official members, nor could he accept that the nobles were disbanding the knights. Without the guidance of the adult griffins, the remaining hatchlings would find it difficult to learn how to fly, hunt, and cooperate with the knights. It would take decades or even centuries for them to become a fighting force. It was clear that with Bakarov City's current terrible situation, there was no time to rebuild an elite army that couldn't participate in battle. It was these repeated blows that made Clive Crom lose his rationality, and he wanted to vent his dissatisfaction through cursing. However, seeing Zach's ashen face, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the right to be angry at anyone. He froze on the spot, not knowing what to say. Just as the two were silently staring at each other, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. She wore a white dress that symbolized purity, and with her silver hair and delicate facial features, she instantly gave off an indescribable beauty. "Miss Rowling, why are you here?" Clive hurried to greet her, asking nervously. The girl patted her chest lightly, trying to steady her breathing before answering, "I saw you angrily run out and was a bit worried. So I followed you." Clive's face immediately reddened, and he explained awkwardly, "I'm very sorry to have made you worry. I heard that a fleet killed all the official members of the Griffin Knights, and they're still attacking the docks. I couldn't help it. So, you came to make a scene at the council? Who gave you such authority? And who made you think you have the right to do so? Before he could finish his sentence, Rowling glared at him and questioned him. It was clear that this young lady with elven blood was angry, and her fair face was covered in frost in a few seconds. I'm sorry. I really don't want the Griffin Knights to be disbanded, and I don't want to see my hometown fall under the feet of the enemy. Clive's eyes began to redden as he spoke, looking very agitated. General Zack sighed softly and said to the angry half-elf girl, "Miss Rowling, it's all right. I can understand his impulsiveness. After all, the hot-bloodedness of the youth is the backbone of this city. As long as they have the strength to curse at us, it means that Bakarov City is beyond redemption. Perhaps one day, when no one curses at us anymore, this city will truly be finished. Your wisdom and tolerance is admirable. Please allow me to express my sincerest apologies. Rolling's ants. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Right now, the city is very chaotic, so it's best that you don't walk around casually. Otherwise, if you encounter a large number of mobs, who knows what they will do? General Zaxxss. But before he TSSS, please wait a moment. If you don't mind, can you take us with you? Take you with me? Zack stopped in his tracks, a puzzled expression on his face. Why? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the person I'm about to meet is the infamous Flaming Duke. He's not a normal person. He's a complete destroyer and madman. No, Sir General, my point of view is the exact opposite. Not only is he not a madman, he's also very intelligent and rational. Think about it. Would a madman choose to meet an envoy? Would he choose to reopen negotiations after the first round of attacks achieved extraordinary results? In fact, all of this was his plan from the start. Even if I don't know the reason, I can see that he doesn't want to kill too many people, so you haven't lost all your bargaining chips. As long as you're willing to take me with you, I can help this city obtain some favorable conditions. Rowling glanced at Clive, who was secretly wiping his tears out of the corner of her eye. On one hand, she didn't want her guardian knight to have any regrets, and on the other hand, she didn't want to lose Bakarov City, a human city that was naturally close to the elves. After all, the famous Griffin Knights had been established with the help of the elven royal palace hundreds of years ago. Every once in a while, the elves would even transport some rare goods such as sugar, spices, and so on to maintain the friendship between the two parties. As a veteran general, Zack wasn't stupid at all. After hearing this analysis, he immediately realized what a huge mistake he'd made. Without any hesitation, he bowed to the half-elf. "Miss Rowling, thank you very much for your reminder. I now formally invite you to join the envoy group and become the representative of the negotiations. We don't have extravagant hopes that you'll be able to obtain good conditions. We only hope that the other party can fulfill their promise and allow Bakarov City to avoid this calamity." Rowling smiled and nodded. "Of course, General. This is my goal as well. May our friendship last for a long time." Saying this, she extended her slender arm. May our friendship last forever. As this proverb passed down among the elves, General Zack also reached out his right arm to hold her small hand. As everyone knew, elves were a race with a very long lifespan, with a lifespan of 600 to 800 years. Some exceptional cases could even live up to 1,000 years. In their view, friendship was the product of time. It took decades and centuries to establish a relationship of trust. Thus, as the envoy of the Elven Court, Rowling hoped to preserve Bakarov City, the only foothold in the southern seas. Similarly, General Zack also hoped to increase the pressure on Andre through her special identity as an elven girl, so as to better ensure the safety of the city. After all, The elves had already established several glorious ancient empires before the humans had even walked out of the caves and established their civilization, especially their unique magic skills. Even today, when magic was extremely declining, they still had the ability to easily destroy one or two human kingdoms. Just like this, two more members joined the envoy group. Under the escort of the guards, they rowed a small boat towards the eye of Arcane docked in the bay. Not long after, they once again boarded the deck and were received by Andre. Chapter 933. Please tell me, what's your answer? Andre didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He'd already given the other party enough time to consider, so he had to get a definite answer. Otherwise, he'd be seen as weak and easily bullied. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the victors didn't need to show any mercy to the losers. In some places where the people were valiant, massacres were commonplace, not to mention that he'd only destroyed half of Bacaro City. General Zack took a deep breath and replied with certainty, "Our answer is that we accept your conditions, but the lady behind me will be responsible for discussing the details with you." Lady? Andre frowned subconsciously and looked behind him, immediately noticing the only female in the group. It couldn't be helped. Rolling's appearance was just too eye-catching. Whether it was her long silver hair or her pointy ears, it was obvious that she wasn't an ordinary human. "It's you." Andre stood up in surprise. "Why are you among the envoys from Bacaro City?" Rolling took 2 steps forward with light and graceful steps and bowed. "Good evening. It's nice to meet you again. I'm also very surprised. I didn't expect that in just a few days you have already become the great fire elemental prince, Aesop Desser's chosen in the material world. Can you tell me why you attacked Bacaro City and even threatened to destroy it?" Andre shrugged nonchalantly as he gazed at the beautiful half-elf. "Of course, but it's a long story. If you don't mind, you can sit down, and we can talk over supper. After all, Bacaro City has already agreed to my conditions, so we have plenty of time." After saying that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The ship's cook quickly brought a chair and 2 trays. The trays were filled with fragrant snacks and drinks. "It's an honor to receive your invitation. It would be impolite of me to decline." Rolling politely bowed and sat on the chair, with her knees bent. She picked up the cup and took a sip of the steaming mint tea. She looked extremely relaxed and did not look like she was here to negotiate at all. As for Clive Crom, he followed closely behind and didn't hide the hatred on his face. He glared fiercely at Andre, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. With Andre's current identity, status, and strength, he obviously didn't need to care about a mere trainee knight. Hence, he turned a blind eye to it. Even the magical equipment that he had taken from the Griffin Knights was still placed on the deck, and he had no intention of letting them be put away. After sitting down again, he took a sip of his drink to moisten his throat. He pointed at the warship docked at the harbor and said, "In fact, the reason why I want to take revenge on Bacaro City is because they joined forces with my enemy and attacked first. I almost lost my life in that ambush. If not for the raging flame, God's approval, I might not have been able to sit here and drink tea with you. Just like the saying goes, behind every choice lies a consequence that must be borne. If I die, then there will be no consequence. But if I don't die, then they will have to pay a heavy price. When it comes to dealing with my enemies, I don't want to leave any future troubles behind. So they can either submit to me obediently and become qualified vassals, or they will become history, just like all the cities that were destroyed by the Duke of Flame. You damned bandit, scoundrel, rogue, you were the one who attacked our merchant ship first." Before Rolling could speak, Clive Crom, whose brain had been dominated by anger, couldn't help but jump out and roar furiously. He, who had always had an excessive sense of justice, couldn't tolerate Andre's rogue logic of only allowing him to attack and not allowing him to take the initiative to attack. Ha 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 ha. Do you know, dear Sir Knight, there is a saying in my hometown that the truth is only within the range of cannons. Cannons were the weapons used to attack the harbor just now. There is also another saying that history is written by the victors. So, whether you call me a bandit or a scoundrel, it doesn't matter, because many years later, the historical records will only mention that the foolish ruler of Bokaro City angered the flaming duke and brought disaster and destruction to the entire city. As for the reason behind this, they don't care at all. Andre laughed as he spoke of the so-called truth of history. Especially in this primitive and barbaric world, people usually only worship the strong. Those who occupied a larger space in history books were often not those wise kings, but those cruel conquerors and executioners. It couldn't be helped. The innate desire of humans drove them to desperately climb up and obtain more wealth, population, land, and women. But in order to obtain these, they had to snatch it from the hands of others. No matter how much human society evolved, this gene of plunder would never fade. At most, it would hide and wait for an appropriate time to completely erupt. Clive Crom was so angry that he couldn't speak. His whole body was trembling nonstop. One of his hands was already on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it out and start a duel at any time. But just as he was about to lose control, the silent Rolling suddenly reprimanded. "Clive, back down. If you don't want to cause trouble for your hometown, then apologize to me immediately. Hurry up and apologize. Clive, do you want to see this city burn in flames?" General Zack also anxiously reprimanded loudly. Looking at the young man's eyes that were mixed with anger and fear, Andre smiled and waved his hand. "Forget it. No need. I forgive his rudeness. After all, integrity is also a good quality, although the way he expressed it was a bit stupid." Seeing that Andre wasn't angry, General Zack instantly let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the other party would tear up the agreement in anger and brazenly attack the entire city. It must be known that in Oroire, there was no idea that a superior couldn't launch a retaliatory attack because of anger. On the contrary, since human civilization entered a feudal society, more than 90% of the wars escalated from small conflicts. For example, there was a king in the East who felt that he was humiliated at a banquet in another country. After returning, he didn't say anything and brought people to fight back. As a result, the childish war lasted for a full 30 years until his death. Since then, the two countries that were originally friendly neighbors became mortal enemies. Even now, small-scale conflicts often occurred. Chapter 934. Casually brushing aside the small unpleasantness created by Clive Crom, Andre shifted his attention back to the half-elf female sitting opposite him with a slightly playful gaze. After a long while, he smiled and said, "Miss Rolling, since you intend to negotiate with me on behalf of Bakarov City, shouldn't you reveal your identity?" Rolling smiled and took out an exquisite pendant made of dozens of sapphires from her snow-white chest. She took it off and gently placed it on the table. Then she replied in an unhurried tone, "Of course. My full name is Rolling Amager, the messenger of the Elven Court from the depths of the distant ocean." Amager? The gemstone flower family, with 12,000 years of glorious history? Andre glanced at the pendant on the table and raised his eyebrows in surprise. In many ancient books, Amager, the gemstone flower family, was mentioned many times. This was because they had played an important role in the history of the elves, especially the 5 marriages with the royal family. Their influence on the elven court was unparalleled. They could be called the nobles of nobles. It couldn't be helped. Perhaps among the human nobles, a family with 1,000 years of history was considered to have a long history and was praised by countless scholars. However, to the elves who had a long lifespan, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 generations. It wasn't even worth mentioning. That's right, the gemstone flower family. My father is Alamir Amagir, the second highest male in the family. My mother is a noble from Cook Island. As you can see, I'm a half-elf. I grew up in the elven court and received a complete elven noble education. Now, I'm walking in the human world as an emissary. Rowling seemed to be very proud of her elven identity. Her words always revealed a hint of pride, as if the other half of her human blood didn't exist at all. But this was to be expected. Ever since the ancient magic civilization was destroyed by the gods, the entire continent of humans was just like Earth, where Europe degenerated from the ancient Roman Empire to the Dark Middle Ages. Meanwhile, the elves in the distant seas were just like a huge empire that unified East Asia. In their eyes, all humans were considered uncivilized barbarians. In fact, not to mention the elven nobles from the gemstone flower family. Even the wild elves who chose to stay on the continent generally had an inexplicable sense of superiority, even if their tribe's living conditions were worse than that of humans. After all, one was a long-lived race with a lifespan of hundreds of years, while the other was a short-lived race that could only live for a few decades. In terms of the nature of life, there was a huge gap between the two, so it wasn't strange for similar situations to occur. The only fortunate thing was that the elves had a civilization of tens of thousands of years. They were not like the rapidly expanding country bumpkins in the late age of discovery, who preached the idea of white supremacy everywhere and treated other people of color as inferior people or slaves. Most of the elves' sense of superiority was on a spiritual level. Although they were somewhat arrogant, they had never developed to the point of being disgusting. Of course, the dwarves were of course. For some reason, these short, coarse, and stubborn men, who were as stubborn as rocks, were naturally incompatible with the elves' personalities. Although it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death, once they met, they were bound to quarrel. In serious cases, it might even lead to a fight. Looking at the powerful magic attached to the gemstone pendant, Andre nodded thoughtfully. Messenger, so you're saying that you're on a mission. Can you tell me what this mission is? Although the elves had lost to the ancient magic civilization in the competition for the dominance of the continent, it didn't mean that they weren't powerful. On the contrary, their strength was beyond imagination. Just think about it. Even the members of a race who had just reached adulthood had lived for at least 100 years. How great would their knowledge and skills be? The problem of insufficient time and energy for humans didn't exist for the elves. These pointy-eared fellows could use their long lifespan to slowly learn all kinds of knowledge and skills. No matter how stupid or clumsy they would gradually become wise under the precipitation of time. Their only weakness was that their growth cycle was too long. From birth to adulthood, it would take at least 100 to 150 years. If they lost a large number of people in war, it wouldn't be possible to make up for it in a short period of time. However, it was the opposite for humans. 150 years was enough for several generations to multiply, and it wouldn't be a problem for the population to swell 10 times. It was from the perspective of preserving their strength that the elves finally took the initiative to withdraw from the competition with the ancient magic civilization for the dominance of the continent, choosing to settle down on an island in the depths of the ocean. As a mage who had a deep understanding of the elven civilization, Andre knew that the elves had never given up on infiltrating the continent. They had even attempted to support a puppet regime a long time ago, vainly attempting to become the ruler of the world once again. However, it was a pity that this plan was seen through by the human gods before it could be implemented, and they could only give up in the end. He was very curious as to what kind of unspeakable secret the messenger of the elven court had suddenly appeared in the south this time. Sensing the vigilance and suspicion in the other party's eyes, Rowling stroked her waterfall-like long hair and explained with a smile, "My mission is very simple. It is to select youths from the entire southern region above the age of 12 and below the age of 25, and invite them to participate in the elven coming-of-age ceremony that occurs once every 100 years. Andre glanced at Clive Crom from the corner of his eye, subconsciously frowning. Coming-of-age ceremony? According to your tradition, aren't only elves allowed to participate? Since when can humans participate as well? Hee hee, it seems that you have a very deep understanding of elves. That's right, according to tradition, to participate in this ceremony, one must at least have elven blood. However, I didn't say that the youths who are invited would participate as humans. Rowling pretended to wink playfully as she spoke. That's the theory. Andre's face instantly revealed an expression of realization, and he muttered to himself, among the various transfiguration spells, there are many that can change a person's gender, bloodline, and even race. Therefore, when these youths arrive at their destination, they will quickly be transformed into elves by the power of magic, and naturally have the qualifications to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony, absorbing the elites of other races to make up for their lack of numbers. This is truly a genius idea. Your intelligence and wisdom are astonishing. I said before that I would give you an invitation, and now it's time to fulfill this promise. Rowling took the brightest and most dazzling gem from her sapphire pendant and gently placed it on Andre's hand, her eyes revealing a trace of unconcealed expectation. Chapter 9:35. Invitation. Staring at the dazzling sapphire in his palm, an imperceptible sneer appeared on Andre's face. He quickly shook his head firmly and said, I'm sorry, Miss Rowling. I'm afraid I'll have to reject your kindness. I'm a human. I am, and I will be. I don't intend to abandon my race, nor do I intend to become an elf. As a transmigrator from the era of information explosion, he would not be like the natives of this world, who would be confused by the so-called elegant and noble identity and lifestyle of the elves. He could not tolerate their slow-paced attitude towards life. Of course, the most important thing was that he lived in the electronic era in his previous life where civilization and material were extremely advanced. He did not feel that there was anything in the elven civilization that was worthy of his attention. Perhaps they had top-notch skills in magic, but in terms of material and entertainment, they were not even as good as an ordinary earthling. Rowling's perception was very sharp. She instantly noticed the contempt in Andre's words, and the smile quickly froze on her face. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that there would be a human on the continent who would disdain the invitation of the elves. She stood there awkwardly, unable to say a word for a long time. Not only her, but even General Zack's mouth was twitching slightly. Envy, jealousy, and hatred were all written in his eyes. It must be known that transforming oneself into an elf meant a lifespan of hundreds of years. Many human nobles dreamed of obtaining this. But now, there was someone who regarded it as dung, as if accepting their invitation was an insult to himself. As for Clive Crom, who had always been prejudiced against Andre, he was so angry that his face was red and his body was trembling. He was on the verge of exploding, because he heard a strong sense of sarcasm in the words just now, as if whoever accepted the invitation of the elves was a betrayal to the human race. He, who had always valued honor more than his life, could not tolerate such an insult. If he had not been reprimanded not long ago, he would have drawn his sword and rushed up to fight with his life. In just a few seconds, a strange atmosphere enveloped the deck of the Eye of Arcane. Even the sailors could feel that something was wrong, and they cast vigilant glances at the envoy group. Seeing that the situation was developing in a bad direction, General Zack hurriedly coughed and said, I think this topic should end here. Next, let's talk about the specific terms. You should know that the Council has ordered to start counting the population and the amount of wealth in the city. I believe it won't take long to give a satisfactory answer. Not bad. This is a good start. I will send people to supervise the whole process. I hope you won't do anything behind the scenes. In addition, I want to take over all the ships in the harbor, whether they are merchant ships or warships. As the victor of the war, Andre put forward his request without hesitation. After all, the purpose of this voyage was to plunder wealth and population, so there was no need to hide anything. After all, Bakarov City had lost the ability to build ships, so there was no chance for them to rise again. No matter how angry they were or how unwilling they were, they could only endure. No problem, I can arrange it for you right away. General Zach agreed, without hesitation. Seeing that the other party was so cooperative, Andre nodded in satisfaction. Very good. As long as you don't play any tricks, I can guarantee that only half of the city near the harbor will be destroyed. Remember, don't let me find out that you have any contact with Loretta Botons, or else. At this point, he deliberately paused and glanced sharply at Rowling, who was sitting on the chair. Or else, I don't care who you invite to be the envoy. There will only be one result, and that is to disappear from the map forever. Do you understand? Understood. Zach shivered subconsciously. At the same time, he was secretly surprised by the tough attitude of the other party. It was as if he didn't take the envoy of the Elven court seriously at all. Rowling, who had never felt such strong hostility, bit her lower lip. She raised her head and asked softly, "Your Excellency, do you have some prejudice against us elves? Why are you so unfriendly?" "Friendly? Ha ha ha. No. I think you might have misunderstood." Andre laughed and waved his hand, a meaningful expression appearing on his face. "I don't have any prejudice against the elves themselves, but I am very disgusted by people interfering with my plans. If you're here to talk about an alliance or trade, then I'll welcome you with open arms. But if you want to interfere in the terms, then I'm sorry to say that you're my enemy. As for how I treat my enemies, I believe that Bakarov City is a good example. Isn't it? Can I take that as a threat?" Rowling clearly didn't want to lose in terms of momentum, and she forced herself to remain calm. Andre shrugged with a smile. "If you think it is, then it is. If you think it isn't, then it isn't. It all depends on you, not me." Rowling immediately let out a sigh of relief when she heard those ambiguous words. A faint smile appeared on her face once more. "I'm not your enemy, and I don't want to interfere in the conflict between you and Bakarov City. I'm only here as a witness. The nobles in the city are afraid that you'll destroy the city after gaining benefits. So I'm here." "Oh, so that's how it is. It seems that there was a misunderstanding between us, but it's been cleared up now. To friendship, cheers." Andre raised his teacup and took a sip of mint tea. "To friendship." Rowling also raised her teacup and took a small sip, her face full of annoyance. She realized that she'd been tricked by the other party's performance and inadvertently revealed her bottom line. Now, let alone negotiate, she'd even lost the initiative in the conversation. Under Andre's orders, Kent the Seawolf began to send people to take over the ships docked at the docks and harbor. At the same time, he ordered a few ships full of pirates to come ashore and head into the city under the guidance of the emissary. Their mission was to escort the people and wealth to the seaside, and then ship them away. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Andre's tense nerves relaxed a little, and he chatted with the half-elves one after another. Just when he was feeling a little tired, Rowling suddenly opened her mouth and suggested, "Your Excellency, I sincerely invite you once again to participate in the elf coming-of-age ceremony. Although, according to tradition, only those with elf blood can participate, but as the chosen of the fire elemental prince, you still have this privilege." Chapter 936. Why must you invite me? Is it because of the Flaming Duke's identity or something else? Don't find excuses to fool me. I'm not the idiot behind you who gets hot-blooded just because of a few words." After saying that, Andre put down the cup in his hand and glanced at Clive Crom with a provocative gaze. The latter was like a provoked bull, and even his breathing became hurried. As a complete conspiracy theorist, he had always been suspicious, especially when someone mentioned a certain matter to him again and again. The alarm in his heart would instantly go off. Must you get to the bottom of this? Isn't it good to maintain a little mystery? Rowling obviously didn't want to answer this question, and began to change the topic in an attempt to divert the attention away from this aspect. However, for someone like Andre, who was used to living in mutual deception, this little trick wasn't worth mentioning at all, not to mention acting dumb. Even if this half-elf woman stripped naked, it wouldn't make him lower his guard at all. Just like this, one wanted to get to the bottom of the matter while the other avoided answering. The conversation immediately fell into a stalemate. Then, they looked at each other in silence. No one was willing to speak first. After a full 10 minutes, Rowling finally lost this psychological battle and complained with a bitter smile. "Oh my, you're not a gentleman at all. You actually used such a method to force a lady. All right, actually, I've taken a fancy to your talents in shipbuilding and alchemy. I intend to invite you to the Elven Court to discuss the issue of cooperation. What do you think?" Cooperation? Andre didn't expect that after tormenting for so long, she would come up with such a ridiculous reason. However, Rowling didn't think so. She nodded seriously and said solemnly, "That's right, cooperation. I believe you should be clear that we elves no longer have the ambition to touch the continent. We only want to live peacefully on the islands in the depths of the ocean and maintain good relations with some coastal forces. We also want to strike down the audacious pirates and slave hunters who intend to rob the elven villages. As for the specific conditions, I don't have the authority to discuss with you, so I can only invite you to the Elven Court. There are still pirates and slave hunters who dare to attack you. Are they tired of living?" Andre frowned and asked. He obviously did not believe the other party's explanation. After all, the elves were not honest human farmers. Every adult had a profession level, especially in the areas of archery, swordsmanship, and magic. They were born with an incomparable racial advantage. If dozens of pirates accidentally barged into the elven village, the unlucky ones would definitely not be the elves, but the pitiful pirates. If they were unlucky, more than half of them would die. Apart from that, ever since the ancient human magic civilization's floating cities and platforms disappeared, the elves' magic battleships had become the fastest and most powerful combat platforms in the world. Even the arcane eye under their feet would have no chance of surviving once it encountered the elves' magical battleships. How could such a race that was armed to the teeth have a headache over mere pirates and slave catchers? Without any concealment, Rowling immediately saw through Andre's thoughts. She sighed helplessly and explained, "You must think that with the power of the Elven Court, you can easily crush those annoying flies, right? Isn't that the case?" Andre asked expressionlessly. "All right, it seems like you don't understand our troubles. In fact, the pirates and slave catchers who are harassing us are not ordinary people, but mercenaries who are semi-officially supported by the Kingdom of Deland. They are well-equipped and use illusions to disguise themselves as ships, sneaking into the island silently and attacking a certain village. They will retreat immediately regardless of whether they succeed or not. Our flying troops and magic battleships can't do anything about it." Rowling's expression turned ugly at the mention of the Elven Court's predicament. She clenched her fists in anger, especially at the mention of pirates and slave catchers. "The Kingdom of Deland. I see." Andre nodded in realization. As far as he knew, the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Deland were once enslaved by more than 20 crazy elven mages more than 1,500 years ago. They were forced to offer large amounts of money and scarce resources so that they could conduct all sorts of magic research. Even though they managed to break free from their control and killed all the elven mages who were controlling them, they were very hostile towards the elves from then on. They even captured all the elven tribes living in the forest and reduced them to slaves. The males were sent to the Colosseum, while the females became the playthings of the nobles and rich merchants. Over time, they even formed a unique consumer group. Moreover, after killing the elven mages, the kingdom received a large amount of magic technology from the elves. Therefore, it wasn't strange that they could evade all sorts of magic detection and successfully attack the elven village. However, what Andre didn't understand was why the elves didn't retaliate and allowed the enemy to wreak havoc in their territory. This didn't fit their vengeful nature. After thinking for a few seconds, he tapped the table lightly and said, "I can accept your invitation, but I can't guarantee that I'll be there. After all, I'll be very busy in the next few months, so it'll be difficult for me to spare too much time." "It's all right, as long as you agree. We'll send mages to welcome you when the time comes. We definitely won't waste too much of your time." Seeing that this matter was finally settled, Rowling immediately let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly gave a guarantee. She knew the power of the gunships better than most people. She also knew that if this technology fell into the hands of those who were hostile towards the elves, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, no matter what, she wanted Andre to personally make a trip and try to sign an agreement that satisfied both sides. After all, the elves were able to live alone in the sea because of the protection of the sea and the magic fleet. Once this advantage no longer existed, with their wealth and the greed of the humans, they wouldn't be able to live a single day of peace. Hearing that there would be mages in charge of the teleportation, Andre didn't decline and officially agreed. After asking for the specific date of the ceremony, he sat back on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. He silently felt the boiling power in his body. Without a doubt, this power came from the Prince of Fire Elements, Aesop Desser. He was urging him to quickly destroy the city in front of him and use destruction and fear to announce the return of the Flaming Duke to the world. However, Andre didn't want to kill too many innocent people, so he was still waiting. He was waiting for half of the city's wealth and population to be completely wiped out. Only then would he personally send down the scorching flames to let everyone know the consequences of offending him. Chapter 937. Counting the population and wealth was never an easy task, especially when the city was plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic. The ruling class led by Commander Neemiadina had resorted to coercive measures, using large numbers of troops and knights to drive the commoners out of their homes and confiscate their belongings. They were then handed over to the pirates on shore and escorted to the docks to be loaded onto the ships. Even so, they still met with considerable resistance, especially the mercenaries and adventurers who were used to freedom. How could they allow themselves to be controlled by others? Without a word, a chaotic battle broke out. In the end, due to the absolute difference in quantity and quality, they were either executed on the spot or shackled to become glorious slaves. In just a few hours, tens of thousands of helpless civilians were violently stuffed into the cabin. Among them were men, women, the elderly, and children. At a glance, it was densely packed. It was completely crowded. It was comparable to the slave ships that transported black people on Earth. But it was no wonder. After all, the number of ships was limited. In order to take so many people away, Sea Wave Kent even threw away the ballast at the bottom of the ship. Apart from that, plundering wealth was also a time-consuming and laborious task. Tons of gold, silver, and copper coins were mixed together into wooden barrels and carried onto the ship. There were other things of value, such as gold, silver, jewels, utensils, textiles, handicrafts, works of art, wine, armor, weapons, grain, spices, seasonings, leather, grease, and so on. They were all taken aboard as spoils of war. By the time it was all over, the entire fleet, including the ships that had been taken over from the harbor, were all deep in the water. There was no need to ask to know that they were filled with wealth and people. The pockets of the sailors and pirates who participated in the operation were bulging, filled with all sorts of gold, silver, and trinkets that they had stolen along the way. Under normal circumstances, this kind of theft would have been at least a dozen lashes. But now, whether it was Sea Wolf Kent or the captain, first mate, and boatswain who were in charge of restraining the sailors, none of them uttered a word. The reason was simple. The amount of wealth they had plundered this time was simply too much, so much that they had to selectively give up a portion of it. Thus, they turned a blind eye to the actions of their subordinates. The cries of the commoners, the laughter of the pirates, and the groveling of the rulers of Bokaro City. When all of this was mixed together, it formed a black and white picture. It was so full of sarcasm, as if it was mocking the greed and stupidity of mortals. Until dawn, all the noise and chaos returned to peace. Half of the city near the port was completely cleared, leaving only empty streets and uninhabited houses. As the last ship left the dock, the unprecedented looting finally came to an end. Kent the Seawolf boarded the Eye of Arcane in a small boat with a flushed face. He reported in an excited tone, "Master, we are fully loaded and can return at any time." "Very good. Have the fleet raise the anchor and prepare to raise the sails. We will set sail in a quarter of an hour." After saying that, Andre slowly stood up from the chair, and golden sparks began to flicker around his body. When General Zack saw him like this, he was instantly shocked and hurriedly asked, What are you doing?" The corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly as he replied meaningfully, "Of course, I'm doing what I should do. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise and only destroy half of Bokaro City." After saying this, he ignored the stunned expression of the other party and activated his flame flight ability. His entire body shot up into the air like a cannonball. In the process of flight, he quickly transformed his body into a fire elemental form. Like a meteor, he used the bright flames to dispel the darkness of dawn, emitting intense light and heat like the sun. The only difference was that this light and heat did not bring life, but destruction and death. The rulers and citizens of Bokaro City, who were destined to have a sleepless night, nervously watched the empty flames in the sky. Even the priests, knights, and paladins of the church walked out of the church, intending to use their eyes to record everything that was about to happen. The Flaming Duke, a name that had once caused the entire southern region to tremble, a name that would bring destruction and slaughter wherever it went. Now that the emissary with this terrifying title had appeared in the sky above the city, everyone was waiting for his judgment to descend. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Andre took a deep breath and quickly unleashed the power of the fire elemental within his body. In just a few seconds, a giant fireball more than 100 meters in diameter had gathered around him. The scorching heat of the fireball could be felt even from hundreds of meters away. Seeing this, General Nehemiah gulped and asked the mage beside him, "Ivan, tell me, if you use all your strength, can you block this spell?" "I'm very sorry, General, but I'm afraid there's nothing we can do." The middle-aged mage smiled bitterly and shook his head. He quickly explained, "Even though this Flaming Duke is only using the most primitive method of extracting fire elemental energy from the air, the amount is simply too great. Unless we can cover the entire city with fire elemental protection spells, running away would be the wisest choice." "Then what about its power? Will it affect us as well?" Nehemiah asked anxiously. "Based on the amount of energy it has gathered, the most it can do is turn half the city into hell. As for whether it will affect us or not, that depends on where it lands. Before the mage could finish his sentence, Andre, who was floating in the air, suddenly began to descend. His body crashed into the ground at an incredible speed. In the next second, boom, a deafening explosion rang out. The terrifying fireball burned everything within 2 kilometers of the building to ashes. Even the rocks were turned into lava. The area affected by the explosion was more than a few kilometers wide. It looked like hell itself. The sea and the sky were dyed red by the flames. Under Andre's careful control, the flames only burned half of the city near the docks. The other half was not affected at all. With his new ability, flame shaping, he could easily control fire elemental energy, which was the most violent and difficult to control. He guided it to spread to the surroundings and incinerated everything that could be burned. Orier had a tradition of worshipping the strong. After the flames engulfed half of the city, not only did the people of Bokaro City not feel resentment, many of them even knelt down and prayed loudly to the Lord of the Raging Flame, hoping that this power would never appear before them again. Chapter 938. According to the definition of physics and chemistry, fire was one of the manifestations of combustion. It was a process where fuel and air were mixed and quickly turned into light and heat. It was both a physical phenomenon and a chemical reaction. Of course, these were the explanations in textbooks back on Earth. However, in this world full of magic, fire was one of the primary forces that supported the universe. Not only could it bring light, warmth, and life, but it could also bring death, fear, and destruction. Andre was now controlling a sea of fire that stretched as far as the eye could see, completely enveloping half of Bakarov City. The soaring flames could be seen clearly even from tens of kilometers away. Countless buildings and houses were burned down, and large amounts of stones and bricks melted into magma. He could feel the surging power in his body erupting like a tide. The fire elemental prince, Acer Desser, used his actions to express his appreciation and support for his actions today. With half of the city turned into a purgatory, everyone alive felt fear and reverence from the bottom of their hearts. This fear and reverence was the only thing Acer Desser desired in the material world. Bartholomew stood on the deck, dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in the distance. He couldn't believe that it was real. After who knew how long, he finally took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "God's above! This is too terrifying. He actually destroyed half of the city by himself. Is there a second person on this continent who can do this? Because he is the Flaming Duke, the messenger of destruction and destruction. Anyone who angers him will have to pay a heavy price. Everyone should remember this. I don't want these terrible flames to fall on our heads one day," Kent said meaningfully as he glanced at the old captain beside him. Eunice had never had a good impression of pirates. She sneered and mocked. "Humph, only people with bad intentions like you would fear Master's power. I'm not worried at all." Kent ignored the half-demon's provocation and continued to observe the raging fire around the docks. It had been a full 5 minutes since Andre had started the fire, but it showed no signs of extinguishing. Instead, it was growing fiercer. Ordinary people would find it hard to believe that such an intense burning was actually locked down by an invisible force, preventing it from spreading to the other half of the city. For those who knew the ropes, this precise control was far more terrifying than the scorching flames. It was even more chilling. Strolling along the streets filled with lava and fire, Andre soon arrived at the city hall located at the back half of the city. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a whirlpool-like raging flame storm. His entire person was like a demon god, emitting an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura, just like what was described in the book, Gods and Chosen Ones. No matter who became the chosen one of a god or a powerful creature from another world, they would inevitably carry the other party's attributes, the most direct of which was the form of energy. Nehemiah noticed Andre's arrival. He hurried out of the hall and bowed respectfully. "Welcome, esteemed Flaming Duke. You are an honest and trustworthy person. You have kept your promise and did not completely destroy our city. Please allow me to express our gratitude to you on behalf of all the citizens of Bokaro City." "Representative, I don't think you can represent the citizens of this city. I'm afraid they hate you to the core right now, don't they?" Andre stood in the flames and teased with a teasing tone. Nehemiah smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes, thanks to you, they can't wait to skin me alive, eat my flesh, drink my blood, and crush every bone in my body. But what can they do? They still have to submit to the nobles. Without the nobles, they can't even guarantee their basic livelihood." Andre smiled non-committally. "Perhaps, but you'd better not underestimate them. You should know that the power of the people can be very frightening at times, especially when they have nowhere else to go. They can erupt with unimaginable power. But you won't let us go, will you? If I'm not mistaken, you've already killed Francis and become the ruler of the Sardinia Islands. You've also started planning to take over the southern seas. That's why you urgently need some obedient vassals. That's why we're still alive." Nehemiah's political acumen was truly worthy of his reputation as the man who had fought against Lincoln City for decades. He was able to see through Andre's plans with just a few words. He even wanted to take this opportunity to inject vitality into the city that had just gone through a tribulation and get rid of the current crisis as soon as possible. "That's right. I need some vassals to expand my influence, but whether or not Bokaro City will have the opportunity to do so will depend on your performance. I'm sure you know what I mean." Andre's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he silently waited for Nehemiah's reply. Nehemiah hesitated for a long while before sighing helplessly. "Fine, you win. I swear on my family's name that I will never work with Loretta Botons, nor will I exchange any information with him. Are you satisfied? Satisfied? No. That's not enough." Andre wagged a finger in front of Nehemiah's eyes. "You still have to tell me what kind of men he has and what kind of secret plans he has." "I'm very sorry, Your Excellency. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. First of all, my cooperation with him is limited to the destruction of Lincoln City's navy. I don't know anything about his secret plans. Secondly, I'm a man of principle. I won't betray my former allies. If I betray Loretta Botons today, will you still trust me in the future? Finally, and most importantly, I don't dare to offend Loretta Botons. Sometimes he's a madman who doesn't care about anything. Once he's angered, he's simply more terrible than any kind of natural disaster. When I stand in front of him, I even find it difficult to breathe." Nehemiah shuddered involuntarily as he uttered those words. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. As someone who had been in contact with Loretta Botons for a long time, Nehemiah knew all too well what kind of person he was. For the sake of his family and his own life, it was wiser to remain silent. Chapter 9:39. Andre did not expect Nehemiah to be so fearful of Loretta Botons. Even now, Nehemiah did not dare to betray him. What puzzled him even more was that Nehemiah had no intention of relenting even after he had revealed his identity as the Flaming Duke. Of course, from a certain point of view, the Duke hidden in the noble system of Lincoln City was indeed not an easy character to deal with, especially his sometimes crazy and sometimes rational way of doing things. It was completely confusing because one would never know what his next move would be. Nehemiah noticed Andre's confusion and sighed. "You must be wondering why I didn't go all out when I had already chosen to betray the Empire. Am I right?" He explained. "You must be wondering why I didn't go all out when I had already chosen to betray the Empire. Andre nodded. Yes, normally, when a person chooses to betray someone, they want to see their predecessor die a horrible death. That's the only way they can enjoy the benefits of betrayal and prove that they are right. It may sound harsh, but I think that's how a normal person would react. You're right. A complete betrayal can bring a lot of benefits, but the problem is that I can't, and I don't dare to. Perhaps you still don't know, but Loretta Botones is actually a two-faced person. The two-faced here doesn't mean that she has two completely different identities, but her personality. I'm sorry, but I can't provide you with too much information in this regard, because if I say too much, it's hard to guarantee that he won't fly into a rage out of humiliation and personally uproot me and my family. Don't doubt that he's as powerful as you. In fact, he's even more powerful than you. So, I can only promise you that I'll do my best as a vassal until the battle between you and him is over. But if you lose, then I'll have to choose a new side for the sake of survival. As expected of a mature politician, Nehemiah was able to openly express his position and that of the ruling class behind him. He knew that after this calamity, Bakharov would be at the mercy of others for a long time. The only thing they could do was to submit to the strong. Anyone who could threaten their safety would gain their loyalty. That was all. Even though this result was slightly different from Andre's expectations, it was still within the acceptable range. Hence, he replied, "Sure, I'm not a heartless person, and I can understand your difficulties. As long as you do your part well, I guarantee that anyone who intends to attack this city in the future will be my enemy." Politics was about uniting all the forces that could be united. It was different from war, where there was a clear distinction between friend and foe. It was not a world of black and white, but a world of gray, where it was impossible to distinguish between friend and foe. In this world, today's enemies could become allies tomorrow, and today's allies could become enemies tomorrow. As a cool-headed leader, Andre knew very well that most people were selfish and would only consider things from their own perspective. If he wanted to expand his influence to the whole South, he had to learn to tolerate the wavering and betrayal of his allies. This was the magnanimity and tolerance that a qualified politician should have. Thank you very much. I'm relieved to see that you're such a reasonable person. Nehemiah bowed again. His heart that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed, and the frown on his face relaxed a little. Haha, don't be too nervous. You'll find that I'm actually a very generous person after working with me for a long time. I'm sure we'll have a pleasant cooperation in the future, but you have to prove your worth first. Well, that's all for today. I'll send someone to negotiate the specific terms with you in a few days. See you later. With that, Andre's body suddenly emitted a gust of air, and he shot up into the air like a cannonball. Under the illumination of the rising sun, he quickly flew towards the Arcane eye. Nehemiah rubbed his swollen forehead and whispered to his trembling attendant, "Tell me, what's the situation in the city right now? Are the citizens rebelling? Is there any sign of instability in our army?" "Sir, the unrest in the city has mostly subsided. After witnessing the power of the Flaming Duke, the citizens are in a state of deep fear. They're no longer in the mood to organize a rebellion. As for the army, apart from the Griffin Knights, the rest have already accepted the fact that we've become their vassals," the young attendant replied cautiously. "Very good. It seems the situation is in our favor. Summon everyone to a meeting and disband the Griffin Knights. Collect all the hatching griffin eggs and give them to the Flaming Duke as a gift when he arrives. We no longer need the Griffin Knights, nor do we need their arrogance and stubbornness." Nehemiah's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, and he directly sentenced the Griffin Knights to death. In his eyes, both the Griffin Knights and the army were tools to consolidate his rule. Since these tools had lost their value, there was naturally no need for them to exist. No matter how valuable or precious these tools were, he would not allow them to rebel against him. There was no exception. The young attendant was so scared that he shivered. He hurriedly lowered his head and replied, "Understood. I'll convey your will." After Andre landed safely on the deck of the Arcane, the huge fleet slowly set sail towards the Sardinia Islands. Rolling, who was sitting on a small boat, looked at the cheering pirates and sighed softly. She muttered to herself, "We are witnessing the birth of a legend. I really hope he won't be our enemy in the future. Enemy? I swear that I will never make an enemy out of him again." I'm sure all the nobles in Bakrov City feel the same way. General Zach shook his head bitterly. Perhaps. Who knows what will happen in the future? Sir General, I think I must return to the court immediately to report what happened today. Please convey my apologies to Commander Nehemiah. After saying that, Rolling waved at Clivecrom and activated a magic item. The two of them were quickly wrapped in a strong white light and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 940. The fleet full of treasures, resources, and people traveled slowly on the sea for 8 full days, taking twice as long as when they were empty before finally arriving at the Sardinia Islands. Some large ships with especially deep drafts, such as the Eye of Arcane, couldn't even enter the reef-filled waterway between the islands. They could only stop at the outskirts and rely on small boats to transport the goods away. Such enormous wealth and population numbering in the tens of thousands instantly ignited all of the nobles and smugglers in Valen City. They stared with bloodshot eyes as the stevedores worked from morning to night, and then again from night to morning. After 48 hours, the exhausted stevedores finally delivered the last batch of goods to the warehouse and went home to rest with their generous salaries in hand. As for the people plundered from Bakrov City, they were sent to the other islands in batches. Only those with knowledge and skills were left in the city. Of course, such a large number of refugees wasn't something that could be done with just a few words. Fortunately, Andre didn't lack money or food, so he left it all to Mayor Maris and didn't ask about it himself. Mountains of gold and silver coins that needed to be shoveled away, chests of all kinds of gems and accessories, priceless works of art, paintings and sculptures, exquisite handmade carpets, bundles of wool cloth, and leather, thousands of tons of flour, bacon, oats, cheese, butter, smoked fish, ham, and even expensive condiments like spices and caviar. The large influx of people had led to an increase in consumption and taxes. From this moment onwards, the Sardinia Islands had truly broken away from their awkward situation of being neither up nor down and were truly charging towards the most powerful city in the south. Andre used his actions to show everyone what the art of robbery was. Thus, the moment he came ashore, he immediately attracted deafening cheers. The pirates, in particular, worshipped him like a god. After a short but enthusiastic welcoming ceremony, the new rulers of the islands entered the castle one after another and began to secretly discuss the direction of the alliance's future development. Everyone, I don't want to waste any more words. I only want to tell you that Bakrov City has now lost all of their ships, shipyards, and shipbuilders. They will lose the sea from now on and become our vassals. This also means that there is no city in the entire southern sea that is stronger than us at sea, and no one can threaten the safety of the Sardinia Islands. From today onwards, we will fully activate the Thousand Sails Project. In 10 years, we will build a truly invincible fleet and completely monopolize more than 80% of the maritime trade. Please tell me, are you willing to support me? Riding on the momentum of his triumphant return, Andre went straight to the point and proposed the direction of development for the next 10 years. As a transmigrator who had a deep understanding of the rise and fall of the European countries during the Age of Discovery, he knew better than anyone else what was needed to obtain hegemony at sea, and that was more, bigger, and faster sailing ships. In the 17th century, both England and France had thousands of ships, and the powerful Netherlands had more than 10,000 sailing ships. Even Portugal, at its peak, had more than 2,000 sailing ships. Compared to them, the city-states of the Southern Sea region could only be considered as babies that were staggering forward. Regardless of quantity or quality, they were still far inferior. Therefore, whoever could first realize the importance of expanding the scale of the shipbuilding industry would be able to seize the initiative in this fierce competition that had yet to begin and leave the other opponents far behind. It was obvious that André was cheating, using his knowledge and experience that far exceeded this world to guide his allies on the right path. Old George, who had always been known for his conservatism, frowned and asked, "The 1,000 Sails project requires too much investment. Are you sure we can afford it now?" "That's right. We've already invested a lot of money in the city's infrastructure. I'm afraid we don't have the energy to support the shipbuilding industry now. Why don't we wait 2 years?" Another noble quickly stood up and echoed. In order to obtain more shares, many members had invested almost half of their cash, so it was impossible to raise more funds in a short period of time. In addition, they did not want to take the risk of borrowing, so they did not seem to support this radical development model. André glanced at the expressions on everyone's faces, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned around and asked Countess Anasta, who was sitting on his right, "Madam, can you tell me if the salt production on your side can still be increased?" "Of course. As long as there are enough people, I can increase the production of coarse salt by more than 5 times. The process of refining salt is a bit more complicated, but it can still be increased by 3 times. "Why did you suddenly ask this?" Countess Anasta answered without thinking. Ever since she took over the process of drying salt, she treated it as a core secret of the family. Other than the few people she trusted the most, she did not even tell Chloe. She was afraid that if outsiders found out, they would not be able to earn as much profit as they did now. "It's nothing. Since everyone here lacks funds, why don't we let them join the salt business? Since all the city-states in the Southern Sea region are our market, why not make full use of it? After all, salt is a necessity that everyone needs. You can transport it to any place and exchange it for local specialties. I can give you a very low price. As the saying goes, it's better to drive people with benefits than with righteousness." André never liked to use forceful means to promote his ideas. He felt that doing so was like robbery. There was no technical content, and it was easy to cause a backlash. But using benefits to guide people was different. As long as there was profit to be made, there would naturally be countless people flocking to it. "Really? You plan to increase the production of salt?" Old George asked with his eyes shining. It was obvious that he was moved. Not only him, but even the eyes of the smugglers who rarely spoke began to emit green light. Looking at the pairs of wolf-like allies around him, André laughed and replied, Of course, my dear friends. In the next 6 months, I will provide you with an unlimited amount of salt. I can even let you pick up the goods first and pay later. The profits from the sales will be split in half. I don't know if you are satisfied with that. Now, who is against the 1,000 Sails plan? No one. I swear to support your decision 100%. That's right. Start the 1,000 Sails plan. Let everyone tremble in front of our huge fleet. As the saying goes, huge benefits can make people crazy and make people lose their rationality and ability to think. Chapter 941. Project 1,000 Sails, as the name suggested, was a plan to build 1,000 new Galen sailboats. The smallest of them would be 350 tons, while the largest would be 1,200 tons. For the ore wire, which was extremely backward in terms of production, this was simply an impossible task. One had to know that the shipbuilding industry wasn't just about putting together random pieces of wood. Just the selection of wood was very strict. The best wood was undoubtedly ironwood. Other woods like oak, fir, teak, and phoebe were also barely passable. After the wood was cut down, it first had to be precisely cut. If there were no problems with the cutting, then the entire wood would be considered scrapped. In addition, all the wood had to be dried. Not only did the water in the wood have to be removed, but more importantly, the plant cells had to be completely dead. This was because it was very difficult for water to seep into dead cells, and they would not deform again. Finally, a layer of paint had to be brushed on, waterproof and anti-corrosion. Only then would it be qualified as a ship material. Generally speaking, it would take at least half a year or even 2 to 3 years to obtain a ship material like this. Even if Andre took out his killer charcoal to dry it, it would still take a week to half a month. Just the materials alone were so difficult to obtain, not to mention the shipbuilding itself. At the very least, with the current ability of the Sardinia Islands, they could at most build 4 ships at the same time. Without the help of magic, they could probably build a 400 to 500-ton merchant ship in 3 months. As for the sail gunships, it would take 1 to 2 years. This was also why pirate King Francis dared to boast about dominating the seas after the destruction of Lincoln City's navy. No city in the southern seas could rebuild a large navy in a short period of time. Of course, the training of captains and sailors was also very important. Otherwise, it would be useless to have empty ships without enough manpower to operate them. In short, this project, 1,000 sails, had only taken the first difficult step. As for how far it could develop in the future, that would have to wait for the test of time. In order to better manage, Old George proposed that more than 90% of the members of the alliance vote to form a 6-man council responsible for handling daily affairs. The 6 of them were Kate the Lustful Demon, who represented Andre, Baron Melson, who represented the conservative nobles, Willie Galt, who represented the smugglers, Kent, who represented the pirates, Nick, who represented the commoners and peddlers, and Maris, the mayor of Wayland City. Each of them had an interest group behind them, taking care of almost all aspects. It was enough to make the Sardinia develop in a healthy direction. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be the nominal supreme rulers of this land in the future, and the alliance would become the dark hand behind the scenes controlling everything. As the last day of August passed, September finally arrived. Although the temperature did not change much, Andre knew that autumn had arrived. It was time to return to Linton City to settle his personal grudges and establish his position. After months of planning, it was finally time to reel in the net. He couldn't wait to stand in front of Loretta Botons and loudly announce the official start of the game. In fact, Andre should have left a few days ago, but he had been waiting for Orlando to appear. But that half-elf great mage seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. No matter how many methods he tried, he couldn't contact him. Thus, he could only choose to focus on proper business. On the morning of the 5th of September, it was a sunny day. Most of the nobles, including Old George and Countess Anastasia, boarded the Eye of Arcane and embarked on the journey back to Linton City. Accompanying them was General Zack from Bacaro City. His mission was to submit a letter of surrender to the Linton City Council in front of everyone, officially announcing the end of the trade war due to the intervention of the Flaming Duke. As the defeated party, Bacaro City would completely abandon the sea and become a vassal of the Flaming Duke. With this trump card, Andre could rely on his indisputable achievements to become a powerful force on par with the 4 dukes. He might even be able to use this opportunity to push Countess Anastasia to the front and make her the spokesperson of his interests. But before that, he still had a big show to put on. Grace, are you ready? Through the power of the magic coin, Andre looked at the pirate queen kneeling on one knee and asked, "Yes, master. I've already secretly informed all the captains who have pledged their allegiance to us to fly the white flag tomorrow. Those who are stubborn will still fly the black flag." Grace lowered her head and replied respectfully. Andre nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. You've completed your mission with flying colors. As a reward, I'll now officially appoint you as the commander of the Second Fleet of the Sardinia Islands. You'll be reorganized and transformed immediately after returning to Valen City. Remember, I want a disciplined navy, not a group of free and undisciplined people. Do you understand?" "Understood. Please rest assured, I won't let you down." Grace clenched her fists and replied in a very calm tone. Even though she looked no different than usual, one could still see the excitement and ecstasy in her eyes. Because of this title, she had the capital to continue competing with Kent. As long as she didn't make any big mistakes in the future, she was bound to become an important person. "All right, let's end our conversation here. You must cooperate with me tomorrow and put on a good show. You must let everyone in Lincoln City know who saved them." After saying that, a sinister smile appeared on Andre's face. Grace licked his thick lips and replied in the same sinister tone, "My dear master, I promise that there will be a wonderful naval battle tomorrow. The whole city will witness it with their own eyes. You rushed into the middle of the pirates' fleet with a single ship and killed them until they couldn't fight back at all. It was exactly as described in the bard's stories. Countless civilians will cheer for you. Young girls and noble women will scream for you. The nobles, led by the four dukes, will personally come to the docks to express their gratitude to you. Tomorrow's naval battle is destined to become a legend in this city, and no one will ever surpass it. You will become a true hero." As the last word left her mouth, the magic coin that maintained the communication between the two suddenly shrunk and was quickly cut off. Looking at the spider coin that automatically flew back into his palm, Andre sneered and muttered to himself, "How ironic! I didn't think that someone as unscrupulous as me would become a hero one day. It looks like many of those heroes in history were similar to me, relying on disguises and deceiving ignorant people to get to their positions." Chapter 942. As a typical conspiracy theorist, Andre had never been stingy in considering problems from the darkest point of view of human nature. In his opinion, those famous heroes on Oriar might really be good people who stepped forward in times of danger, but most of them should be the result of deliberate propaganda. After all, this was a world where communication was extremely underdeveloped. Information was basically transmitted by wandering bards, merchants, and adventurers. The former, in particular, controlled almost 70% of the public opinion of the entire continent. This also meant that once they began to flatter someone, even if that person was an evil bastard, he or she would be forcefully promoted as a hero. The most obvious example was the famous Munster family from 700 years ago. It was said that this family, born of slaves, quickly rose to power by selling their children, stealing, raping, accepting bribes, incest, assassination, poisoning, and other despicable means. In just 150 years, they successfully mixed into the upper class. In order to erase their dark past, they hired bards on a large scale to whitewash their unscrupulous past and disguise themselves as messengers of justice who fought against decadent rule and evil forces. After a full 60 years, that was 3 generations of continuous propaganda, they had now become a prominent upper-class noble in the southern region. Apart from a few preserved ancient books, almost no one remembered the history of the Munster family's rise to power. One must know that bards were not sacred warriors who adhered to their principles. These guys' moral integrity was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Most of the time, a charming lady only needed to hook her finger, and they would climb into her bed like dogs who had smelled feces. After a round of passion, they would secretly give a promise that no one knew. The night passed quickly. As soon as the sun rose the next day, the Eye of Arcane lifted its anchor and sailed straight towards Lincoln City. As early as last night, Andre had already informed Bartholomew to prepare for battle, so all the sailors on the ship were on standby, ready to deal with any unexpected situation that might arise at any time. After all, in order for the show to be realistic, one must first not let the people below know too much. Therefore, most of the crew only knew that they were about to face the remnants of a group of pirates. They did not know that these pirates were actually deliberately thrown out as sacrificial lambs for them to make a name for themselves. Similarly, Grace did not tell the captains who refused to join her about the show. She even deliberately sent them to the harbor of Lincoln City to wait for an opportunity to attack the small fishing boats so that the residents of the city could clearly see the upcoming naval battle. Under the control of the mastermind behind the scenes, the ignorant two sides met at noon, less than 5 nautical miles away from Lincoln City's harbor. Warning! Warning! 10 pirate ships ahead. Eye's lookout was the first to discover the other party, perhaps because the mast was higher than the others, and began to ring the alarm while desperately shouting, "Of the ship's ship of the ships of the sail! Everyone, prepare for battle! Gunners in place! Start reloading! Today, let's teach these reckless bastards a lesson! Gunners in place! Start reloading! Of the ship! Everyone began to get busy. The crew carried out their duties, lowering the sails and reloading ammunition. In just a few minutes, the cannons on both sides of the ship were all opened. Hundreds of musketeers gathered on the deck, waiting for the enemy ship to enter their range. Such a big movement naturally could not be hidden from the other passengers on the ship. When old George noticed that something was wrong, he rushed into the captain's cabin immediately and asked nervously, "What's going on? Why are the crew preparing for battle? Who are the enemies?" Lady Anasta of West Xia followed closely behind and hurriedly came over to echo, "Andre, I think you'd better explain. Many nobles are nervous now." "Don't worry, you two. Just treat what's happening as a stage play. I'm the main character, and those enemies are the villains. According to the script, the main character will eventually defeat the villains and become a hero revered by tens of thousands of people, just like how the bards described it. I wonder if you're satisfied with this explanation?" After saying that, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, and an unfathomable smile appeared on his face. "You mean those pirates are your men?" Old George was not a fool. He immediately understood the subtext in his words. I didn't say that they are my men. I only said that everything is going according to the script," Andre said with a faint smile. He neither admitted nor denied it, and gave an ambiguous answer. Lady Anasta of West Xia was not an idiot. She immediately realized that this was equivalent to admitting it in a disguised way. But she was a smart woman. She did not directly point it out. Instead, she smiled and asked, "In your script, there shouldn't be any danger, right?" "Of course not. Please rest assured that this ship is very safe. No matter how powerful or evil the pirates are, they will not be able to pose any threat to it." Andre was well aware of what the other party was worried about. He gave a straightforward guarantee. He did not think that the pirates' small ship, which was about 250 to 400 tons, could cause any trouble to him. At the same time, the pirates in the bay also discovered the huge Eye of Arcane. They hurriedly turned their ship around and prepared to attack. As the commander, Grace did not even think about it. She immediately raised the battle flag and signaled all the ships to launch a siege. Under her deliberate guidance, the captains who were still loyal to the pirate King Francis raised their black flags and bravely rushed to the front. They did not notice that the other ships behind them had already raised their white flags. They circled around the ship, showing no intention of launching an attack. Just like that, a naval battle that was destined to end from the beginning began. Accompanied by the deafening roar of the eye of Arcane's cannons, the ship that rushed to the front was instantly shot into a sieve and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. In the face of absolute firepower, the traditional boarding battle was like a woman's heart. It was as fragile as glass and would shatter at the slightest touch. In just 2 rounds of salvo, at least 3 ships were severely damaged one after another. Either the masts were broken by chain bullets, or there was a huge hole under the hull. They had completely lost their combat ability. After all, the crew of the Eye of Arcane were no longer rookies who had just debuted a few months ago. They were elites who had experienced countless naval battles. In particular, they had just defeated the insufferably arrogant Griffin Knights not long ago. Every one of them was full of confidence. They skillfully operated the cannons, muskets, and sails, moving between the enemy ships with ease. They either knocked them over, sank them, or fired their muskets from above. They fully demonstrated the art of naval warfare. In just half an hour or so, the show came to an end. Chapter 943. I can't believe it. This is simply a massacre. Duke Georgie Bridle put down his binoculars and gasped in astonishment as he muttered to himself. As one of the highest rulers of the city, he immediately came to the lighthouse to observe the situation on the sea when he heard that the pirates had reappeared in the harbor. It could be said that he had witnessed this sea battle from beginning to end. His heart was filled with shock, especially the spectacular scene of the cannons firing. It was enough to make anyone who had some understanding of sea battles feel their blood boil. They wished that they could become the captain of this giant ship and command it to sweep away all the enemies. Duke Alvin, who was standing next to Georgie, also put down his binoculars and said with a serious expression, "Old friend, now is not the time to be amazed, especially before we can confirm whether that ship is an enemy or an ally. You must know that it is much more dangerous than the pirates, especially the mysterious weapon that makes a huge roar. Once it attacks the harbor, 1/5 of the city will be destroyed." Georgie shook his head indifferently. "Don't worry. There is a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, have you forgotten the news brought back by the merchants a few months ago?" "A few months ago? You mean—" Alexander seemed to have thought of something and immediately revealed a look of disbelief. "That's right, my friend. If I'm not wrong, it should be that young genius who has returned. What we need to consider now is not the issue of safety, but how to fulfill the secret treaty and what kind of position to give him." After saying that, Duke Georgie's face revealed a complicated expression. There was fear, vigilance, and relief. In any case, for the current situation in Lincoln City, he would not be stingy with his praise and rewards for anyone who could help stabilize the situation. The only problem was, what if this person's influence was too strong and threatened his ruling position? Alexander was also thinking about this problem with his brows knitted. After a full 5 minutes, he carefully probed, "I have an idea. What do you think about ousting Ian Lockett?" "Ian?" Georgie subconsciously shivered and accidentally pulled out a strand of his beard. He stared at the other party with a surprised look. He could not believe that this sentence came from the mouth of the current patriarch of the Alvey family, who had always been known for being conservative and cautious. Seeing that Georgie did not immediately object, Alexander quickly lowered his voice and explained, "That's right, it's Ian. I believe you should know very well that the Lockett family's greatest advantage is their navy and shipbuilding. However, after this disaster, they have already lost more than 50% of their assets and private soldiers. I'm afraid they don't have the strength to hold on to the position of Duke. Moreover, judging from the performance of that giant ship just now, Our young genius has the ability to replace Ian and become the overlord of Linton City's shipbuilding industry. We can also reap enough benefits from it. Don't you think that sacrificing a rapidly declining family in exchange for the favor of a rising star is a business that is sure to be profitable and not lose money? Also, I have to remind you that the food that the entire city is eating is provided by him, so we have to make him feel sincere enough. Perhaps you have a point. Duke Georgie's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he nodded thoughtfully. Although the four dukes had ruled Linton City together for hundreds of years, this did not mean that there were no conflicts between them, especially with the rise of maritime trade. The Lockett family had almost monopolized 60% of the shipbuilding industry, which was extremely enviable. However, due to the family's large proportion in the Navy, no one dared to have any ideas about them. However, it was different now. With the complete destruction of the huge naval fleet and the looting of the shipyards around the port, Duke Ian Lockett quickly turned from a powerful figure to a weak giant. It was said that he had suffered a severe mental blow and hid in the manor in the suburbs alone. He had not seen anyone for more than half a month. Evidently, in the eyes of the other three dukes who had suffered lesser losses, Ian Lockett was no longer worthy of being on equal footing with them. There were even many powerful nobles who were eager to take a step forward and take the opportunity to ascend to the throne of a duke. After seriously considering the feasibility, Duke Georgie took a deep breath and asked softly, "Have you asked Loretta Botons for his opinion on this matter? Has he agreed?" "Hee, that's right, old friend. Loretta Botons completely agrees with this suggestion. Now it's 3 dukes against 1 duke, and with the support of the Mage Association behind that genius, I'm afraid the Lockett family will be completely wiped out this time." A sinister smile appeared on his face as he spoke. He was like a devil that had crawled out of hell, looking so cunning and greedy. "All right, since the 2 of you have reached a consensus, count me in as well." Duke Georgie chose to join without hesitation, forming an alliance with the other 2 dukes. He knew very well that Ian was definitely dead this time. Instead of watching from the sidelines, he might as well rush in and take a share of the loot. Due to the pirates' prolonged blockade of the port, the nobles and merchants in Linton City had suffered great losses. Even the dukes were no exception. Therefore, they urgently wanted to find a fat and weak prey to pounce on and bite, making up for their losses by devouring the other party's flesh and blood. Unfortunately, Duke Ian Lockett, who had suffered the greatest loss in this disaster, became the perfect target. He probably did not realize that a disaster was about to fall from the sky. After secretly deciding on the plan to eradicate the Lockett family in the lighthouse, the 2 dukes quickly informed their trusted aides and began to lay out their plans in secret. With their ruthlessness, since they had decided to take action against a family, they would definitely not leave any loose ends behind. Therefore, before taking action, they had to investigate the Lockett family's properties, family members, and secret hiding places. They had to kill them in one blow, so as to prevent any fish from escaping and coming back for revenge in the future. Following Andre's return, the stagnant Linton City quickly became turbulent. Be it enemies or allies, everyone was guessing what shocking move he would make. Only the ignorant commoners stood by the shore and cheered in high spirits. In their eyes, the Eye of Arcane was a hero that had defeated the pirates, their savior. Once the trade route was opened up again, their difficult days would definitely turn for the better. Chapter 944. There was no mercy, and even less pity. After the Eye of Arcane pretended to chase after the fleet led by Grace, it immediately turned around and began to fire at the enemy ships that had lost their ability to move. It didn't take long before they were all sent to the bottom of the sea. The crew members who were addicted to killing even used their guns and crossbows to shoot at those who fell into the water. Blood and corpses soon floated everywhere. According to the laws of most coastal cities in the South, Pirates weren't considered humans at all. They were monsters like goblins, kobolds, orcs, half-orcs, ogres, and trolls. If they were caught, there was no need to go through trial. They could be killed or reduced to slaves directly. It was obvious that this massacre was deliberately done by Bartholomew for the civilians on the shore to see. It was a disguised form of flattery. He knew that when Andre returned to Linton City this time, he had to take into consideration the status and power that matched his own strength. Thus, the public opinion became a very important benchmark. It was important to know that the public opinion was a very mysterious thing. If someone without a foundation obtained it, not only would they not be able to benefit from it, they might even attract a fatal disaster. However, if someone with great strength obtained it, they would immediately rise rapidly and become a big shot that everyone would look askance at. There was no doubt that Andre now belonged to the latter, whether it was his identity as a level 12 wizard and the Flaming Duke, or the conservative nobles who were united around him, as well as the strong support of Master Boris, the president of the Association of Mages. It all meant that he had the qualifications to become one of the highest rulers of this city. The only shortcoming now was that he wasn't a native of Linton City. He had to find a way to gain the recognition of the people, and a massacre of pirates was just enough to satisfy the desires of the ordinary people. As a qualified retainer, Bartholomew was more eager than anyone else for the person he was loyal to reach the peak of power. This way, his status would also rise accordingly. Under his orders, the huge gunship circled the harbor twice, until it killed the last unlucky pirate before slowly docking on the plank road near the pier. Fortunately, Linton City was a natural harbor with an average depth of more than 10 meters. Otherwise, it might not be able to dock such a 2,000-ton super warship. Feeling the deafening cheers from the entire dock, Andre jumped down from the deck with an indifferent expression on his face. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he walked unhurriedly into the city. However, before he could walk more than 10 meters, he saw a group of soldiers rushing in front of him, forcibly separating the crowd. Following that, 3 men in ceremonial robes and scepters alighted from the luxurious carriages behind them. They were none other than the supreme ruler of this city, the Duke. Behind them were many influential nobles and merchants in the city. The long line of carriages stretched for hundreds of meters. It was obvious that almost all of the important missions in Linton City were here. Welcome. Welcome back. Our genius mage and potion master, on behalf of the city council, I would like to thank you for defeating the pirates. You are the hero of this city, the hero of all of us. As soon as Duke Georgie Bridle's feet touched the ground, he hurriedly stepped forward and gave Link a warm hug, loudly praising him. He wanted to send a signal to the ignorant people that the city council had not been completely defeated. The nobles still had enough power to protect the safety of the port and the waterway. It couldn't be helped. After losing the huge navy, the merchants seemed to be gradually losing confidence in Linton City. If not for the pirates blocking the way outside, some of them would have already thought of ways to transfer their wealth. In order to prevent the huge decrease in trade and the lack of tax revenue, he had to use some small tricks to give everyone a shot of confidence. At the very least, he could ensure that the situation would not worsen. Duke Alvin followed closely behind and gave Link a hug, enthusiastically echoing, "That's right. We heard that you piloted this giant warship and heavily damaged Backrub City, sinking their navy and capturing their merchant ships. You are the well-deserved protector of this city. I propose that we cheer for the protector. Long live the hero of Linton City. With such an invincible warship, we will definitely win this trade war. Let those damn pirates eat shit. Hang them. Kill all the pirates. They don't deserve to live." Under the instigation of the 2 dukes, the citizens who had been suppressed for a long time finally couldn't help but burst into fanatical cheers. They waved their arms like crazy, and if it weren't for the soldiers stopping them, they would have swarmed up and raised their heroes high up in the air to celebrate. Loretta Bowtones glanced at the ordinary people who were being played in the palm of her hand with disdain. She then whispered in Andre's ear, "Welcome back, my dear opponent. How is it? It feels good to be a hero, doesn't it?" "Hero? I don't think I'm a hero. All of this is just a political show, just like what you did before, isn't it? Also, I brought back a little surprise. I hope you won't be too surprised later." Andre's eyes flashed, lowering his voice and not backing down. He now had enough power to fight against this hidden archmage, so whether it was his tone or his attitude, it was a lot tougher. Loretta was keenly aware of this. His pupils instantly contracted, and an abnormal flush appeared on his face. He stuck out his tongue, greedily licked his lips, and let out a low and hoarse laugh. He. Awesome. I didn't think that in just a few months you would grow to this extent. You know, I can't hold back the excitement in my heart. I want to have a face-to-face battle with you as a mage. Andre smiled confidently and replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, there are still a few months before the game officially begins. In this period of time, you will slowly see what I can do. Let's have an appetizer before our face-to-face battle." Very good. I look forward to your surprise, and I look forward to your appetizer even more. After saying this, Loretta retracted his invasive gaze, and once again disguised himself as a proud noble. But Andre noticed that his right hand in his pocket had been twitching slightly. It was an obvious sign that he was extremely excited. Chapter 9:45. The enthusiastic cheers lasted for a full 5 minutes before they began to die down. Once the crowd had completely quieted down, Georgie immediately asked Andre with a smile, "Our hero, don't you want to say a few words to the citizens who supported you?" "I'm sorry, Your Grace. You should know that I'm a man of action through and through. I'm better at proving myself with my actions than speeches. It just so happens that I have a special guest on my ship. Would you like to hear what he has to say?" Andre then turned around and pointed at General Zack, who was standing alone at the bow of the ship. Loretta's eyes instantly lit up, and his face was so gloomy that it looked like it could drip water. He only needed one glance to recognize who it was. As the most trusted general of Commander Neemiadina, the supreme ruler of Bacaro City, Zack was well known throughout the southern city-states. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would be able to recognize him easily. Since he was on Andre's ship, it could only mean one thing: Bacaro City had lost the war. For a moment, all the nobles, including the dukes, fell into a terrifying silence. It wasn't that they didn't want to believe it, but it all sounded too unbelievable. After all, the enmity between Lincoln City and Bacaro City wasn't just a matter of a day or two. It had a history of more than 100 years, and they had fought dozens of times without a clear victor. In everyone's eyes, the outcome of these two city-states was definitely not something that could be decided in 1 or 2 battles. It should be more like a long-distance race, requiring decades or even centuries of intense competition until one side collapsed due to exhaustion. Only then would the curtains be drawn. Feeling the extremely strange atmosphere around him, General Zack knew that it was time to fulfill his duty. He tidied up his appearance and jumped down from the deck. He held up the parchment scroll with Neemiadina's seal and quickly walked up to Georgie Bridle, placing one hand on his chest as he bowed. "Greetings, Your Grace. I represent the Bacaro City Council to submit a letter of surrender to you and announce our permanent withdrawal from the sea. We will never build another ship. In addition, we are willing to submit to His Excellency Andre and become his vassals." This sentence was like a huge rock being thrown into a calm pool of water, instantly causing an uproar. Gods above! Am I hallucinating? Bacaro City had actually admitted defeat. This is something that we haven't been able to do for over 100 years. A noble old man who looked to be in his 80s was holding a walking stick. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. Another slightly younger man touched his chin and muttered to himself uncertainly, "Could it be fake? Hasn't our navy been annihilated? Why did they surrender? Where are their Griffin Knights? Damn it! I think there must be a conspiracy." A noble woman who looked to be in her 30s whispered to her husband, "Don't worry, my dear. The dukes haven't said anything yet. Let's wait and see." The noblewoman's husband gently patted his wife's hand and stretched his neck, trying to see what was written on the sheepskin. Seeing that the situation was slowly spiraling out of control, Duke Georgie hurriedly took the sheepskin scroll and tore off the wax seal to quickly read the contents. The more he read, the more shocked he became. In the end, he even revealed an incomparably shocked expression. This was because there was a title that made countless people tremble in fear: the Flaming Duke. Duke Alexander, who was watching from the side, saw it as well. He stole a glance at Andre from the corner of his eye, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Just as Lorreton was about to open his mouth to say something, a tall youth with eyes sharper than an eagle's suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. Without a word, he took off his white gloves in front of countless people and threw them at Andre's face. At the same time, he roared angrily, "Brat, do you think no one will find out after you secretly killed my father? Let's duel. I'll use your blood to wash away the humiliation of the Brest family." However, it was a pity that before the gloves could reach Andre's face, they were stopped by the orc bandit Dell, who was hiding in the shadows. The orc bandit stared at the young man with provocative eyes, waiting for an order to slit the young man's throat. In fact, it wasn't just him. The dwarf warrior Angel, the female knight Camellia, the dark knight Yvette, and the barbarian warrior Clive, who had always had a fiery temper, all quickly drew their weapons and surrounded the enemy in a fan formation. Their eyes were filled with ferocity, as if they were ferocious beasts ready to devour their prey. It had to be known that they were all professionals above rank 6. Once they started fighting, it would be impossible to stop them without at least 100 or 200 elite soldiers. As for Eunice, she drew the sword of the king's blood and pointed it at the youth, using a cold voice to threaten, "Idiot! Draw your sword and accept your death. I'll let you know the consequences of offending my master." The sudden conflict caught everyone off guard, especially Duke Georgie, whose face was twitching nonstop. Through the contents of the letter of surrender, he already knew that the youth in front of him was the messenger of destruction and destruction, the infamous Flaming Duke. Now, someone actually dared to recklessly provoke him. He was simply tired of living. Duke Alexander also stared at the youth with an idiotic expression because he had already recognized that this guy was none other than the eldest son of Blood Marquis Kyrgyz, Dandy. It was obvious that he had divined the news of his father's death through some special method and had specially come to cause trouble, wanting to kill his enemy in the name of a duel. It had to be said that this was an absolutely foolish action because he didn't know that Andre was already a rank 12 wizard. If the two really fought, it wouldn't even take a minute to determine the victor. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. This is really too interesting. Should I sigh at how lucky you are? Or is your opponent too stupid? Loretta laughed wildly as he asked Andre. As one of the dukes, he naturally knew about the promise that Georgie and Alexander had made in private when they had borrowed food. But the problem was that before they could kill him, the idiot Dandy had delivered himself to them and even took the initiative to provoke them. Now, Andre didn't even need to think of an excuse. He could directly crush his enemy like a bug. Chapter 946. I don't know. Maybe I'm really favored by the goddess of luck. Andre shrugged his shoulders indifferently, his eyes full of ridicule and ridicule. Although he didn't know who instigated this young man to test him, it didn't stop him from enjoying the pleasure of taking revenge on his enemy. After all, when he encountered the Kyrgyz fleet, he almost lost his life. Especially the powerful and strange ability of the King of Ghosts, Navid Rustam. Even now, he still trembled in fear when he thought about it. Den didn't know that he was in trouble, and he still said in an arrogant tone, 3 days later, on the outskirts of Linton City, bring your private army and allies. Let's have a real battle between nobles. In the name of the god of war, only one of us is destined to survive. Haha, as you wish. 3 days later at noon, we will have a battle between nobles on the outskirts of Linton City. The winner gets everything, and the loser loses everything. With that, Andre took the white glove from the orc Dell and threw it directly at the young man's face. In order to completely anger and humiliate the other party, he deliberately used the supermodel technique, instant cast. Silently, he used a level 0 arcane spell to change the material of the glove, turning it from a soft piece of cloth to something as hard as stone. Everyone only heard a bang, and Dend, who couldn't dodge in time, screamed. His whole face was instantly splashed with blood. Fortunately, the physical fitness of a knight was far better than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, this blow would have given him a concussion. Covering his bleeding nose, his eyes quickly became bloodshot, and without saying a word, he rushed up to take revenge. But before Dend could get within 10 meters of Andre, he was stopped by a man in a linen robe and barehanded. This man swung his fists at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. His fists landed on his opponent like raindrops, making popping sounds like beans being fried. In the blink of an eye, a powerful knight was beaten to the ground, vomiting blood. He was none other than Celeste, the warrior monk summoned from the wizard card. Of course, the monks on Orier were not directly related to the monks on Earth. Their way of training was more similar to that of ascetics. That is, they gave up material comforts and used their whole life to temper their bodies in pursuit of spiritual peace and satisfaction. It was precisely this dual tempering of the body and mind that allowed the monk to gain unparalleled attack speed. Even thieves, who were known for their dexterity, had to admit defeat. They did not wear any armor or defensive equipment, nor did they use any weapons other than clubs. Most of the time, they could defeat monsters like ogres and trolls with just their fists. If Celeste were to fight against a fully armed knight, he might not be able to gain any advantage. However, if the knight was neither wearing armor nor unsheathing his sword, then even if there were 10 of them, Celeste would be able to easily overpower them. Looking at the embarrassed young man, Andre stretched out his right hand and patted the young man's face with a very insulting gesture under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. Remember, no matter who asked you to provoke me today, tell him for me that don't use this method a second time. Otherwise, I don't mind making them all disappear, whether it's their soul or their body. As for you, poor thing, enjoy the next 3 days, because after 3 days, you and your family will forever become history. Bah, he. You think you've won? No, you don't understand who you're going against. Den spat out the blood in his mouth and retorted with a ferocious expression. I don't want to know, and I don't need to know, because after 3 days, I will show my true identity to the entire Linton City. I hope you won't be scared to the point of peeing your pants. Get lost. I don't like to talk to idiots. After saying that, Andre waved his hand at his followers, indicating for them to let him go. Otherwise, with the few followers that Den brought, he wouldn't be able to leave alive. Perhaps it was because he had suffered a great loss, but Den didn't continue to provoke him. He just glared at him viciously, wiped the blood from his mouth, turned around, squeezed through the crowd, and disappeared into the carriage at the end of the street. Following behind him were more than 20 angry nobles. Without asking, They were definitely the former allies of the Blood Marquis Kyrgyz. After watching these fellows who had been sentenced to death leave, Andrei turned his head and smiled at George and other allies behind him, saying, "Everyone, did you hear that? I just came back, and an idiot gave me a generous gift. Who knows what the Brest family's assets are? I have to make some preparations in advance, or else I'll be in a hurry to take over so many assets all at once." As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a burst of laughter. Lady Anasta of Western Xia was laughing so hard that she couldn't catch her breath and teased, "Don't worry, if you don't have enough people, I'll be happy to lend you a few butlers first." Ha 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 ha, that's right. As a family with hundreds of years of history, we have enough butlers to help you through any difficulties at any time. In addition, as far as I know, the Brest family's main assets are focused on maritime trade. Since they lost most of their ships, they only have 2 large manors left, 1 mansion in the noble district, 1 warehouse, and 4 shops. As the leader of the conservative nobles, George knew most of the assets of the nobles in the city like the back of his hand. He didn't even have to specifically investigate and could reveal Den's background. There was no doubt that Andrei's allies had developed an almost blind trust in him ever since they learned of what had happened at Bakarov City. In their eyes, even the renowned Griffin Knights had been crippled, let alone a mere Brest family. Georgie obviously felt this unusual atmosphere and frowned subconsciously. "Are you sure you want a duel with Den outside the city? He has a lot of allies behind him, especially those radicals who have suffered heavy losses. They will definitely turn out in full force." "Your Excellency, please don't worry. Do you think I'll give in to a mob for nothing? Moreover, General Zach is still waiting for your reply. It's not our way of treating guests to keep them waiting." With that, Andrei stretched out his left index finger and waved it in the air. In an instant, a dark blue flame that symbolized the Prince of Fire Elements, Aesop Desser, appeared in front of the 3 dukes. Although it lasted for a very short time, they all discovered the terrifying energy contained in it. In particular, Loretta, who was an archmage, immediately released a dangerous aura and did not hide the scorching light in his eyes. Obviously, he was about to lose control of his mental excitement and might suddenly make a move in the next second. Chapter 9:47. Andrei narrowed his eyes as he saw the expression on Duke Loretta's face getting crazier. He reminded him meaningfully, "My dear Duke Loretta, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" No, of course I haven't forgotten. I'm just a little excited. I think you can understand, can't you?" Loretta quickly put away the dangerous look in his eyes and put on a harmless smile. Because the time was very short, and the other 2 dukes were attracted by the deep blue flames, they didn't notice the abnormality he had just shown. However, President Boris, who was standing a little further away, was keenly aware of the magic fluctuation that had flashed past. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and he silently noted it down in his heart. He planned to investigate the other party's background when he returned. After all, there were so many spellcasters in Lincoln City, and almost every one of them had a file in the Association of Mages. However, none of these files belonged to Loretta. Why would a duke at the top of the pyramid of power hide his spellcasting level? Just thinking about it made one feel incredulous. With President Boris's terrifying intelligence, he could connect many of the strange things that had happened recently. After confirming that Loretta didn't intend to attack immediately, Andrei's tense nerves relaxed a little. He replied calmly, "Of course, I can understand that anyone who sees the deep blue flames will inevitably be a little excited. But please take note, try not to do anything that will cause me to misunderstand. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't take some extreme defensive measures." "No problem. I apologize for my behavior just now. In order to show my sincerity, I've decided to hold a celebratory banquet especially for you. How about 3 days later? I believe that after slapping those annoying flies, you'll need to relax and relieve your fatigue from the journey. With that, Loretta leaned forward slightly and bowed elegantly, although he didn't quite understand what he was doing. Andre still nodded politely. Sure, I'm happy to accept your apology and invitation. I hope your banquet won't be as boring as ordinary banquets. Don't worry, I'll definitely arrange something special to liven things up. I guarantee that you won't feel bored. You have given me 2 surprises in a row today. Naturally, I have to give you 2 surprises in return. After saying this, Loriton turned around and jumped into the carriage, leaving without a second thought. Obviously, he had felt a strong threat from Andre and could no longer play the game of cat and mouse like he did a few months ago. Duke Georgie glanced at the gorgeous carriage that was rushing toward the city center and asked in a low voice, "Do you have a grudge against Loretta? It feels like the conversation between the 2 of you is like a collision between a sword and a knife. Sparks are about to fly." Andre shook his head and replied with a smile, "No, you're mistaken. Mr. Loretta and I are just playing an interesting game. He used to have the upper hand, but I just took the advantage, so he was a bit too excited. Instead of worrying about this, why don't you just decide on the surrender document? You should know that there are still many people waiting for you to announce the result." "Just a game?" Duke Alexander raised his eyebrows, disbelief written all over his face. "Just a game." Andre didn't want to linger on this topic, so he emphasized it again in an extremely confident tone. To a certain extent, he was not lying because in the eyes of the Undying King, letting 2 talented juniors compete against each other was originally a game. It was also a tradition of wizards. Only in such an intense competition, the young wizard's mind would grow rapidly and finally become a powerful spellcaster who could take charge of an area. As for whether Linton City and its surrounding areas would become a dead city due to this cruel trial, it was not within the scope of his consideration. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of Leyland, Duke Georgie didn't want to waste any more time. He raised the surrender document in his hand and shouted to everyone, "Ladies, gentlemen, this surrender document was personally signed by the Bacaro City Council. It has the seal of Great Commander Neemiadina. I now officially announce to all of you, the trade war is over. Baron Andre has defeated our old rival. He has won us victory. Cheer loudly. Cheer for our hero. Cheer for victory. Starting from tonight, the entire Lincoln City will celebrate for a day. There will be free drinks and food later." As soon as he finished speaking, the docks were instantly engulfed in a sea of excitement. Countless people who had lost their minds broke apart from the army and ran wildly through the wide streets of the city. News of Bacaro City's surrender spread throughout the city in less than half an hour. As more and more people walked onto the streets, the celebration finally began. However, this had nothing to do with Andre, as he was busy looking at the information that appeared in his vision. "Large-scale mission. Trade war completed. Congratulations. Your faction has obtained a perfect victory. You have obtained 50,000 experience points. You have obtained the metamagic ability, Spell Maximization. When casting spells, the maximum value will be automatically selected. For example, damage-type spells will have the maximum damage, and the duration of spells will be extended to the theoretical maximum. However, the disadvantage is that it will consume high-grade spell slots to memorize, just like instant spells. You have obtained a level 5 spell scroll. Spell Permanence. Permanently enchant a target with a spell. You've obtained a level 5 spell scroll. Mind Link creates a spiritual field that connects yourself and your allies, allowing everyone to communicate without speaking or making any movements. After reading all the information, two exquisite magic scrolls suddenly appeared in Andre's hands that were hidden in his sleeves. He didn't even look at them before stuffing them into the scroll box at his waist. He then asked Amos in his mind, "Did you create these things? What's the point of doing this?" "Yes, all the experience points and mission rewards were created after I drew energy from them. The purpose of this is to cultivate your abilities in all aspects, including combat skills, casting speed, thinking methods, and so on. You will accumulate enough experience in every mission." Without hiding anything, Amos directly answered the question with its metallic voice. It was like a dutiful teacher, guiding its master on the path of magic until it reached the end. Chapter 948. Obviously, Andre didn't like the feeling of being controlled. He immediately retorted in a questioning tone, "Are you sure this will train me? Why do I feel like it's more like a bottleneck that's preventing me from quickly increasing my spellcasting level? If you can allocate more energy to me, I can reach level 13 as a sorcerer and master the level 7 arcane, spells that countless sorcerers dream of. I'm sorry, but unlike Mogadishu, I don't have the right to make decisions independently. All of my rules of conduct have been decided the moment I was created. It cannot be changed, and there is no room for compromise." This was because, according to the creator's theory, humans were complex and sensitive intelligent creatures. Their endless desires and fragile emotions would always affect their rationality. Only through both material and spiritual motivation could humans continue to move in the right direction. Although I can feel that your calmness and rationality are more than 70% based on your actions, it's inevitable that you will occasionally be impulsive. My responsibility is to reduce the chances of such situations occurring by assigning all kinds of missions to you. Amos' explanation was both direct and crude. He even mercilessly exposed the most fundamental aspect of human nature. Perhaps in his eyes, most humans were just a bunch of pitiful creatures controlled by their desires. They lived their lives in mediocrity, not understanding what they truly needed until the day they died. Of course, this situation wasn't entirely the fault of human nature. It was a unique feeling that slowly evolved in the process of biological evolution. For example, when reproducing, humans could obtain unparalleled pleasure from mating. This was because reproduction could ensure the continuation and expansion of the entire race. Another example would be eating sweets that were rich in calories. People would feel happy and enjoy it because the sugar in sweets could bring more energy. Similarly, salty food could make people feel that food was more delicious because it could bring the necessary salt to the body. On the other hand, there were symptoms of pain, nausea, dizziness, and other discomforts. For example, when the body was injured, any normal person would immediately feel pain. This pain would remind them which part of the body was the problem. Generally speaking, if a person's pain nerves failed, it would be difficult for them to live for too long. Without pain, they wouldn't know that they were injured. Perhaps by the time they realized it, they would have already died from excessive blood loss. In addition, when humans saw cockroaches, flies, and rats, they would instinctively feel disgusted and want to stay away. This was because they carried bacteria and viruses that were harmful to the human body. If they were infected, it would lead to terrible consequences. In short, the magical nature, through regulating certain mechanisms in the human body, allowed them to act in a way that was beneficial to them as much as possible. However, these sensory pleasures made humans unknowingly addicted to them. Only a few individuals who could control their desires would use their energy in other aspects to stand out among their own kind and become geniuses praised by countless people. As a soul from the information age, Andre knew how difficult it was to suppress desire. Just think about it. If a person was always surrounded by countless beauties, delicacies, fine wine, money, and authority, would he still continue to hide in an empty mage tower and endure the loneliness and boredom alone studying profound magic day and night? Obviously, 99% of people would not choose the latter, especially when hormones were secreted in large quantities. Strong urges would dominate the brain, causing them or them to involuntarily have sex. Perhaps it was just like the saying that no matter if it was a man or a woman, they were all animals that thought with the lower half of their body. That was why in the ancient magic civilization, so many mages chose to transform themselves into liches. This way, they could completely get rid of their desires and focus on magic research. After thinking through all these, Andre understood that Amos's creator was right. He did need a supervisor to ensure that he stayed away from temptation and walked on the path of magic unswervingly. So he took a deep breath and said in his mind, "I think I understand. Continue to carry out your duties. Thank you very much for your understanding. You should know that for a mage, although the level of a profession is a very important yardstick, knowledge and experience are also very important. You are now a level 12 mage and have mastered the power of level 6 arcane spells, but your foundation is still relatively weak. You haven't even personally participated in large-scale magic experiments and high-level magic items. I personally think that you should stop leveling up as a mage and focus on this aspect. It's best to try to create a magic statue or modify a living body. It can greatly improve your understanding of the transformation of matter and energy." Amos used its metallic voice to give a pertinent suggestion in his mind. Although it was only a consciousness that thought independently, its attainment in magic was definitely not much worse than any legendary mage. "Understood. After getting rid of those annoying flies, I will calm down and personally create a magic statue. A magic statue that is unique and different from any previous form." After saying this, Andre withdrew his consciousness from his mind and returned to the banquet that was being held in the city hall. Ever since the news of the surrender of Bakarov City had spread to every household, everyone had fallen into a state of blind optimism. Under Duke Georgi's suggestion, this impromptu banquet was held. Most of the participants were nobles and merchants in the city. Their purpose was simple, and that was to get to know Andre, who was in the limelight. After all, the only thing that could protect Linton City from the pirates was the Eye of Arcane that was docked at the docks. Therefore, whether it was for the safety of their own property or to inquire about those powerful cannons, these people had all sorts of motives. Not long ago, there was even a person in charge of a merchant group who hoped to hire the Eye of Arcane to escort their merchant ship. But unfortunately, Andre did not even think about it and rejected the other party's proposal. Now that most of the pirates were under the control of the Alliance, how could he ruin the entire plan for a little benefit? Apart from that, countless noble ladies and socialites also made Andre feel very uncomfortable. Their gazes were like a pack of hungry wolves that wanted to swallow him alive. Fortunately, he was prepared and had brought his fiancée, Chloe, with him. Otherwise, he might have been cornered in a deserted corner and become the wolves' dinner. Chapter 949. "Hey, my dear, you don't seem to like this kind of occasion, do you?" Chloe blinked and asked. She was wearing a white corset and a long skirt, white lace gloves, and white stockings. She looked beautiful and sexy. Other than being a little thin, there was basically no flaw. Of course, in the eyes of most people, this kind of body and face was a huge flaw. Although it was not ugly, it was definitely not as attractive as a voluptuous figure. But in Andre's view, Chloe was a woman who really met his aesthetic standards. Therefore, he kissed her soft lips and replied with a smile, "That's right, I hate this kind of endless probing and social interaction. And I also noticed that you are the same as me, right?" Hee hee. "Yes, I hate to participate in this kind of boring banquet." There are no bards' performances, no clowns for fun, and no joyful singing and dancing. There are only boring, probing, and interest exchange. Chloe complained while holding her fiancé's arm. Although she was muddle-headed most of the time and belonged to the typical natural airhead, or naive sweet, she had never made a mistake when it came to such a critical issue. Andre had always been very curious about what kind of tutor could teach such a strange student. Just when he was about to ask, he suddenly saw a pale young man not far away. It seemed that he had a conflict with Mabel. Both of their faces were red, and their hands were on the hilt of their swords, as if blood would splatter on the spot in the next second. Fiona was lying on the chair with her eyes closed and seemed to have fallen asleep. "Damn it! Why does trouble always find me?" After cursing in a low voice, Andre hurriedly pulled Chloe, who was in high spirits, to the scene of the incident. He frowned and scolded, "Everyone stop! Who can explain what exactly is going on?" This bastard. He actually tried to drug Fiona's wine, and even wanted to drag her into the opposite room. Mabel roared in anger. However, this was not surprising. After all, any elder brother who discovered that someone was actually trying to attack his younger sister would react very violently. He was already very rational not to pull out his sword and cut the other party into pieces on the spot. Hearing this, Andre's eyes instantly sharpened, and he released a terrifying aura. In just a few seconds, the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. As someone who was about to ascend to the peak of power in Linton City, how could he tolerate someone bullying his savior, let alone in such a despicable manner? The nobles who were more sensitive felt that the air around them was freezing and freezing. They could not help but shudder and look over, especially the host of the banquet, Duke Georgie, who immediately abandoned a noblewoman in her 30s and hurriedly came over to persuade him, "Calm down, my friend. Please stay calm. No matter what happened just now, I promise to give you a satisfactory explanation." "Explain?" The corner of Andre's mouth slightly raised as he sneered, "Your Excellency, do you know who these siblings are? They are my saviors. They were the ones who fished me out of the sea. They allowed me to escape the fate of drowning. I promised that I would give them a respectable status. From then on, they would be able to live a prosperous life, even if they did not have to do anything. But now, someone actually dared to use such despicable means at a banquet. I don't even want to know who he is or which family he is from. I only want to use his blood to wash away the humiliation these siblings have suffered. No need to waste words. Let's duel. Isn't that idiot planning to draw his sword anyway?" Mabel turned around, her eyes revealing gratitude. She was not an idiot, and she knew very well what saying such words in such a situation meant. Sigh, "All right, we'll do as you say. We'll settle this with a duel. Everyone, back off a little and make some space. These two gentlemen will engage in a duel to the death." Perhaps it was to curry favor with Andre, or for some other reason, but Duke Georgie did not attempt to dissuade them. Instead, he helped the guests clear out a large space. It was obvious that such actions were not normal. Anyone with a brain would be able to tell that there was a conspiracy brewing within. Andre was not an idiot, and he knew that he might have been set up. However, there was no way for him to back off now. He could only narrow his eyes and observe the development of the situation. He wanted to see who had the guts to play such tricks on him. After clearing out the space, Duke Georgie stood in the middle and said to the two youths who were about to engage in a duel to the death, "Remember, throwing weapons is not allowed. Insulting the other party is not allowed. Unrelated people are also not allowed to be used as shields. You understand?" "Understood." Mabel nodded her head vigorously. He could feel the power of anger flowing through his veins. He could use his hands to tear the enemy into pieces. The youth's gaze was a little unfocused, but he nodded as well. Understood. Very good. I'll give you 1 minute to prepare. After 1 minute, the duel will begin. Georgie then took out an hourglass from his waist pocket and placed it on the table in front of everyone. It was a typical hourglass that lasted 1 minute. When the last grain of sand fell into the other side of the narrow bottleneck, the two youths could start fighting. Andre lowered his head and pondered for a few seconds. He then took 2 steps forward and whispered into Mabel's ear, "Don't hesitate. Kill your opponent immediately. If it's convenient, try to make the fight look bloody and cruel." Understood. Mabel clenched her fists and replied. In fact, he had originally planned to do so. Not long ago, he had even killed people and buried their corpses in order to protect his sister. 1 minute passed in the blink of an eye. As the last grain of sand fell, the unknown youth quickly drew his sword and stabbed towards his opponent at an extremely fast speed. He had obviously undergone strict swordsmanship training. His steps were light and steady, and his movements were extremely precise. As a non-professional, he was already considered to be quite good. However, it was a pity that he was facing Mabel, who had just become a rank 1 warrior. The latter did not use much strength and easily blocked the tip of the sword, which flickered with cold light. Taking advantage of the momentary pause caused by the youth's collision, Mabel drew her other great sword with a sinister smile and slashed down.